Hello, hello. Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Hello, hello. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, this is my first time doing this stream and crack. So this is all new to me. Making sure everything's working properly. That working? Hello. Welcome to the Devstream. This is the first Devstream for Slipspace. Maybe the first of several. You never know. But today we are going to be working on the Punic, which is exciting. So yeah, let's get into it, I suppose. That's a little big. Put that down. Much better. There we go. So this isn't going to be a modeling tutorial or anything like that, but you will see the complete process of getting any kind of asset really, but specifically a vehicle, a spaceship, into the Reach mod tools as a functioning vehicle. So there's really 4 main things you need on the 3D model side of things for an asset, a Halo asset. You need the render model. We already have that thanks to the beautiful efforts of Malcontent and the Sins of the Prophets team. We have this gorgeous model and texture, which I believe are both done by Malcontent. So you need a render model. Check. You need a collision model, which is it's a model that's more or less accurate to the render model. You want the collision model to be more accurate than the physics model. Collision models handle all projectile interactions, so you can't shoot something around, will just go straight through something if it doesn't have a collision model. It needs to be watertight, there needs to be no holes or it won't work. So collision model, we need to make that. We need to make a physics model, which is a much lower resolution version of the ship. You still want it to roughly conform to the angles and shapes, but that handles collisions between other objects, which doesn't need to be as accurate, so you can get away with a much simpler model for that. And then the 4th thing you need is markers. So if you look at this Paris frigate I have here, you'll see that there's a bunch of, now some of these markers are from a different ship. I think they're from the Halcyon that was in this scene, maybe, or Marathon. But I have these little triangles, and these are basically just objects that will become empty objects on import. So I have them named, specific names for what I want them to be. So this one is hashtag target upper mid, so that'll be a target marker, which is where weapons lock onto things. So we're going to be doing all that, and then it's time, after that we'll be bringing it into Blender and model everything in 3ts Max. It's just a program I know how to use. We'll be bringing it into Blender and we'll be setting it up using Crisp's amazing Foundry tool, without which none of these would be possible. None of these custom vehicles really. We'll be setting it up. We'll have to give it an animation skeleton. We're going to have to rig the turrets. We're going to do aiming animations, all that good stuff, and then we're going to bring it into the engine, and hopefully that will take 8 hours or less. We'll see. Let me just have a look at the chat here. Hello everybody, hello, hello. Top of the morning to you. Jesus, you know Irish, do you? The Hero Ship Showdown, like all Paris and STVs, one Punic. CSO for copies and UNSC. So we're planning to do like an all-stars mode, which will have every hero ship in it. So the UNSC will be the 4 UNSC hero ships, and the Covenant, maybe not the CSO, that might be a bit Well, but maybe for, you know, you can still put it in for shits and giggles. But yeah, we're planning like an all stars mode, kind of like the heroes mode in the original Battlefront 2, if you remember that, where you could just play as all the heroes and villains. Most nicely, I think. Hey, thanks, Space Navy Industries. Appreciate it. No, I'm not adding the Xanar. Not anytime soon, at least. If I was adding the Xanar, it would have to be redesigned. Now, I think the Sins and Prophets guys are working on a redesign for it, so you never know, maybe. Hey, Trex. Yeah, I love their soundtrack for Tron. I really liked the uh, Nine Inch Noise album as well. That was phenomenal, really cool. I got to see them live last year, and that was amazing, absolutely amazing. See this compared to a CSO? I suppose you could, yeah. It's nowhere near. In case you're wondering, it's smaller than a CAS. It's 4,000 meters long, and a CAS is 5,300, something like that. Uh, oh, just a very quick distraction before we actually get into the. Yeah, so here's the CSO, size of the CSO at least. That's all its physics and. Uh, oh well, that's half of it. I forgot. I think I separated it into two models technically, but it extends to about back here. But yeah, it's a lot bigger. Let me just reset the scene. Trex, it's probably no, it's definitely going to be stronger than a CAS. It's got two of the orbital platform max. For example, it's going to have it's a 3-player ship. Each player will have access to longswords, and I'm thinking of giving the longswords on this proper Shivas rather than the normal low yield longsword nuke. I think that'll be fun. So it'll definitely be able to handle a CAS. Really, it should be going up against like the Shadow of Intent specifically. You're going to do comparable ships. It is a hero ship after all, I suppose. You know? Okay, so let's I suppose let's get started. So the first thing I need to do is I need to reposition these breakwaters because angled turrets really do not play well with the animation rigs in Halo. So I'm just going to grab this. Yeah, as I said, this is not going to be a modeling tutorial, but if you know how to 3D model, you know how to use Blender, you will be able to follow along with what I'm doing to be able to import an asset. It'd be more relevant when we get to Blender, but yeah. I know Bacon doesn't like it when I reposition these turrets, but it has to be done. So I'm thinking, actually no, I'm going to put the forward one underneath. The rear one is going to go up on this circular thing here. I don't know what the purpose of that circular thing is meant to be. Very sorry, Bacon, if you have lore for that. That's meant to be like an access point or something. yeah, the ODP Mac that one taps everything. It doesn't one tap a CAS. It brings the CAS down to 25% shields. It's gonna have 2 of those, or at least that's the plan. Okay, so this boy's gonna go about here. Also, if you know how sorry, blah blah blah. If you know how to use 3ds Max, you're gonna be very disgusted with me because I do everything manually, as it were. Like, I use very little modifiers. I know very little shortcuts. I'm like literally moving my crosshair across the screen to click on things, and yeah, I'm not very efficient, fortunately. So apologies in advance. I think I'm just going to delete this other one and then copy paste on the bottom. Would I like 20 cents to read your last comment? I'll read your last comment for free. How about that? Tiny scale battle. Capital. Tiny scale battle like capital. Guys can use sabers, long swords. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, there's gonna be a dogfight mode, and there's gonna be an infantry gameplay mode. I say mode, they're all gonna be in the same mod. But the fleet stuff is at 1/10 scale, so you're not really intended to use that with full scale stuff like infantry or dogfighting. So you'll be able to mix and match dogfighting and infantry gameplay if you really want to, but they're going to be full scale. But there will be scenery objects of most of the ships, and some of them will have interiors. So you will be able to do boarding actions eventually, yeah. Here, Jack. Working on that Halo 3 tutorial series. For Reach. Yeah, I'll be able to, yeah, that sounds good. The more people that know how to do this stuff, the better. Accession map for dogfight. We could. We would have to scale it up by 10 though. Compared to the fleet. It would have to be a separate map. That's the only thing. Sneak peeks will be added. Yeah, I might show you a couple of sneaky previews of things we're working on during the stream. The bridge on this, I think the bridge is here. It's the most well-lit sort of little module on it. You would have to ask Bacon specifically to clarify that though, but I think this is the bridge at the front here, as far as I know. Thanks, Analog. Yeah, the space combat stuff is what I've wanted to see for Jesus, nearly 20 years. I remember in 2009 when the Mythic map pack came out for Halo 3. I remember making very crude UNSC frigates out of sandstone blocks on Sandbox in the Sky Grid, and a really, really crude Covenant ship. And me and my friend would shoot at each other on the ships, and then we'd go into theater and look at it from below, and it looked like a little space battle. And yeah, ever since then, basically, since reading the Eric Nylund novels, I've wanted to see space combat in Halo done properly. Stream show the process used to create armored weak points on these ships. Yes, yeah, you will see me separate out the collision models and set up the regions as well, yeah. Okay, so that's first breakwater. Second one. Oh shit. I'm doing this wrong. Hold on. Might have just crashed Max. Oh no, there we go. For some reason, if you shift and drag an element, Max really does not like that. You have to shift D? Or am I thinking of Blender? Which? I think it's shift control. Yeah, there we go. Or it throws a fit. Any long swords? So it's a 3-player ship. Every seat will have long swords. It'll probably be able to launch the same amount of long swords as an ion, but the nuke they carry will probably be a Shiva. Okay, so that's what I'm thinking for the 2 breakwaters. One here, and one on the bottom here. That way there's always at least one to engage the enemy if they're above or below you. And if they're to the side of you, which is ideal, is where you should be far away and broadside on. Or directly on. Then both of them will be able to fire at a target. No, I can see the aiming animations. The long part of the aiming animations is setting up the bones. Once you have the bones set up, you can kind of just batch animate all the bones. Now, I really want to make these turrets, point defense turrets, animated as well. We'll see though. For now, I'm just going to turn them all to face forward. We have a little thing. Actually, a much better idea. Delete all these. Yes, Drunk Frodo, I am unfortunately real. Am I the only dev? I'm the main dev. I was originally the only dev, but I do have some compatriots working on forge assets, forge scenery, Reload from the Anvil community made all the HUD elements, the custom HUD elements for the ships, which was a game changer. Gibbo and Reload and Wizard of Oz have contributed map skyboxes, so the map canvases. And Gibbo actually made the High Charity map, which he's remaking. But I handle all the ships. Obviously, the UNSC ships are Sins of the Prophets assets. I make the Covenant ships myself from scratch, and I'm responsible for getting them into the engine and kind of putting everything together. So any of the stuff that the other guys make goes through me for final implementation. Move the origin to the cylinder. I could do that, but it's probably a great idea, actually. Let me just attach this. And detach this. Attach. And then they should have. No, hold on. Okay, there we go. Good idea. I really should be doing this in orthographic, but they don't need to be. They don't really need to be all that precise. Close enough. Okay. So that's the turrets on one side. Oh. Will the Trafalgar have defensive fighters? Yep. I think all 3 seats will have defensive fighters. That might be inefficient, actually. It might not be necessary to have all 3. But it will have at least one set. Yeah, well, usually I would be very particular about that as well, but they are so small that really nobody's going to notice. And they're close enough. Close enough for government work. What am I getting myself in for setting up all these turrets? Is really a good idea? Probably not. We're gonna do it anyway. Gather H2A assets. Yes. And we thank you for it. Some of those assets are really, really, really good. 8 hours of rigging turrets. Yeah, coming up. Good music for turret time. Yeah, bleeps and bloops. Where else? The bottom. Actually, you know what? It doesn't really matter. These aren't on pedestals or anything. It doesn't really matter exactly where they are. I can just rotate them. Oh, Bacon's not watching. And my plan is I'm just going to symmetrize all the turrets to this side. And face them forward, good. Okay. Ooh, look at these guys. Huh, never noticed these before. They're pretty cool. But unfortunately, they gotta go. Because I am not rigging 2 types of turrets. Wise words give out very wise words. And you know, if I was a wise man, I would follow your advice. But unfortunately, I'm not a wise man. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see how long it takes. I'm going to set them up as if that's what I'm going to do anyway. We'll go from there. Hey, Razor, good to see you. Are the microphone levels okay? Everything good? Too quiet, too loud? Excellent. $1,000 IQ move right there. Boom. Okay. Weird Irish noise. Yeah, it's part of the stream. You'll have to get used to that. Just happens. You know. How does the size of Trafalgar compare to a CIS? So it's 4,000 meters long, and a CIS is 5,300. So it's just a bit under 4/5 the size. It's too big for a UNSC ship, in my opinion. I don't like the idea the UNSC were able to build something on the same level as the Covenant. Kind of defeats the purpose of them being underdogs and the Covenant being these like super advanced, arrogant, alien empire. Kind of plays into extravagance at the expense of practicality, you know. But it is cool. Oh, you're going. I'm not doing sideways turrets. Never again. Yeah, but when you compare it to every other cannon ship, it's like 3 times bigger than any of them. Longswords are very big, though. That is true. Never been to Texas. This thing is as big as Texas. I'd be surprised if there were more than 10, to be honest. Yeah, I'd say it's very... Come on, there's probably 7. Let's be real. There's probably 7. Is Bungie after all? Before tree. It's literally as big as Texas. Okay. Any little turrets floating around? Now, interestingly, the Sins model has Shiva silos, but the Halopedia stats don't give it nukes. Oh, I might give it nukes just because it has silos for them. Just to kind of give it a bit of spice. That's all the turrets on this side. Gone. Yep. Now we need to detach them all. This one. Bidens by chance. Well, they are only Shiva silos, so maybe. It might be too strong. Any I'm missing? Yes. Okay. So I need to attach all of these turrets to their own objects. Then I need to symmetrize it, and then I need, well, later on I'll decide which is going to be controlled by which players, and I'll separate them then. Ah, missed him. That might be all of them. Symmetry. Halo 4 did it better. Ban that guy. Won't be having that kind of language in here. Okay. So we've got our breakwater set up. One here. One here. We've got our little point defenses set up. Now, next thing we need to do is swap out the engines for the Reach Pillar of Autumn engines. I give these to every ship, every UNSC ship in the mods, because they have a really cool built-in dynamic, you call it, emission map that scales with your engine power. And also they're just a little bit more detailed as well. Got little sub-assemblies in here and all the aperture pieces. Whereas the one in Sins, well, you know, Sins is meant to be an RTS, not meant to be literally this close. It's a bit more simple. But yeah, let's start doing that. Oh, thank you so much, DCJ. Thank you so much for the fiver. Wow. I didn't expect to get any donations in this stream. Thank you so much. How do you not overload the system with the amount of AA guns, missiles, fighters, and players flying around? Some maps come close to overloading. Well, it's not the game itself isn't overloading, but on maps with a lot of objects, a map with a lot of asteroids like Big Rock and Accretion, what happens is the effects start to not render. So missiles become very hard to see. Sometimes plasma torpedoes lose their trails, stuff like that. But Reach is surprisingly robust when it comes to how many entities you can have buzzing around the place all at once. It's a miracle the mod never crashes. I mean, people have had some crashes, but they're like, and they've been so rare that it's hard to say whether it's actually the mod or not. But yeah, the mod is exceptionally stable to my great surprise. But you know, no, that's no credit to me. The Reach engine is just pretty good for that. You still keep the main engine, the bigger one. No, I'm going to replace it for these ones. This one is more detailed. And it will also match the rest of the ships a bit better too. So we're going to make it match its dimensions though. It's not just going to be a copy paste. Line this up. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Then we're going to bring this face forward. There we go. That's one engine in. Yeah, Reach is pretty good. Halo 4 is even better, but Halo 4 is a complete nightmare to work with from what I've seen. Green Knight will tell you that. But it's even more powerful. It's like twice as good as Reach. I believe with Halo 4 you can even localized physics can even account for roll and pitch. So you could have people standing in a lich that's upside down relative to everybody else, and the players wouldn't fall. They'd be on the floor of the lich, which is pretty cool. Actually, yeah, you're right. I haven't seen it on Al's ArtStation. It technically is a sneak preview, I suppose, yeah. Okay. We wouldn't have the Vindication without Halo 4. True. Although the Sin's Vindication is... you can see the influence, but it is basically its own thing. It's much, much, much better than the Halo 4 version. Halo 4 original, that's for sure. It's like watching the Mona Lisa be painted. Yeah, you are currently enjoying the amazing work of Malcontent from Sin's team. I'm just messing with it. All I'm doing. Okay. We just symmetrize that. There we go. Why? USB port on the front. You mean the Max? Or these? Those kind of look like USB ports, I suppose. Oh, the Vindication. Right, yeah. Oh, hey, Installation, thanks for dropping in. Yeah, we're working on the Punic Supercarrier. This will be a hero ship for the mod, so it's not intended for regular gameplay. It's going to be quite a bit stronger than typical ships. Definitely stronger than typical UNSC ships. The two super heavy max that it has are literally going to be the same as the orbital platforms, which one-shot any Covenant ship except the CAS. So yeah, you can't really bring this into a regular mode. I mean, you could. You were crazy. Their minor real-life carriers are the fastest ships in their group. Yeah, true. Okay, so that's our engine setup. So I think that's everything we need to do for the render model. So what I'm going to do is just get rid of these layers that do nothing. Markers are from. Oh, they're just in this layer. Okay, it's fine. So when I imported the Valiant to cannibalize its engines, it also imported a lot of the layers that were exported with the Valiant, so I just need to get rid of those. Okay, so let's move these into Punic. Rid of this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a copy of the Punic. Thankfully, making the collision models for the UNSC ships is a lot easier. I found that I can literally just make a copy of the render model and then kind of seal any open bits for the main geometry. So it speeds the process up a lot. So copy that. I'm going to give it yellow material just to differentiate it. Then I'm going to move this into Punic collision. I'm going to freeze Punic render layer so I don't accidentally do anything with it. And now I'm going to start, make sure that this is a copy, not an instance. Yep. I'm going to start moving the little bits that I really don't need for the collision model. So actually, before I do that, let me just I'm just going to select all the little extras and I'm going to delete most of them from the collision model. Okay. I don't know what it's not me. Select stuff. Weird. Very odd. Anyway, I'm just going to delete all of it. And give it some material. Punic is frozen. Then, importantly, I'm going to save the scene. I don't do that enough. Egwa, Gibbo, thanks for the £2. Good man. Egwa, I agree. Egwa. Whoa! Oh my god, installation, thank you so much! Wow, seriously, dude, thank you so much for that. Really awesome work, fella. I love what you're doing for the community. Cheers, thank you so much. That means a lot. It's very generous, very, very generous. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have the basis of our collision model. Now I need to go into each. Well, I can probably get rid of these barrels. If there's any other things I can get rid of. These. These little bits can go as well. Probably get rid of this stuff. These. Let's see. Looking forward to featuring more of this kind of work in some future videos with permission, of course. Oh, dude, feel free. Yeah, any content you want to use from Slipspace for videos, consider this an open license. It's really, really cool seeing it show up in other channels, and especially one with the pedigree you have. It's been really cool. Okay. I'm going to symmetrize this again. Right axis, yep. Those breakwater heavy naval coil guns you see, yes they are. The Punic has two. Normally they're here on this little front wing, but they are at an angle. And Reach's animation rigs for aiming on vehicles really doesn't like angles. So just as I did with the Vindication, I've had to reposition them to cardinal directions, and it also doesn't like sideways mounted stuff, so up and under mountings are best. So I've gone and I've put one up here on this circular bit. Seems like it makes sense. And then one down here on the bottom. It kind of also matches the forward, under, and rear up layout of the breakwaters on the Vindication as well. So I think it makes sense. So let's go into each element. See what kind of cleanup we need to do. Actually, the first thing we need to do is just select everything. Actually, no. Go into loops or borders, select everything. Then cap. And then you need to go in and make sure that the geometries triangulate in proper way so it doesn't create any like wafer thin objects. So picked up these. All we need to do for him. Yep. These bits. They're already conforming to good boundaries on this rear face. So when they triangulate, it should be fine. I don't need to do anything there. This piece. Oh, this piece is quite long actually. Let's just drag it out for a second. Okay, I might have to define some edges in there. Separate it. So yeah, when it comes to collision models for Reach, probably most game engines, you want to make sure that there are no holes in the mesh. So for example, originally this model, because I'm copying the render model, the back face of this wasn't there. So this is technically a model that is as thin as a face, so it won't work as a collision model. The engine won't like that. Now, the engine might fill in that missing face itself, but we want to hedge our bets and make sure that it does it in a way that makes sense and that the way it doesn't cause any problems. So we just cap it, and then I'm going to go in and define these edges just so it doesn't triangulate in weird ways. Like I could triangulate these edges. It probably isn't actually a problem, but actually let's test it. Just select all these vertices and connect No, that'll be fine. So I don't actually have to do anything with that. Actually, just bring that back into the main model. So these side pieces, see what's going on with them. These will need some help. So I'm going to define that edge there, this edge. So we want it to be, here's actually a good example of what I was talking about could happen with. So if you just cap something and then leave the triangulation up to the importer, what it could do, and what I think it will do here if I test it. Yeah, so you can see it's after triangulating it such that this, even though this is a face with a back, so it is a 3D model, it's overlapping with itself. The two faces that compose it are overlapping with itself, which will cause issues as a collision model. So this is the kind of spot we need to define the connection manually. So I'm going to select this vertex, and I'm going to select this one up here, and I'm going to connect those. You can see that makes it fills it out properly. And then we're also going to have to do the same thing with this vertex and this one. And there we go. There's a perfectly fine piece of collision geometry. We'll repeat that over here as well. And it's also best practice to just connect these as well. Probably here too. There we go. That should be all I need to do with that for a decent collision model. Okay. I'm going to be 6 or 7 hours long. Yeah, it'll be about 7-8 hours. I started about an hour ago, so there's 7 hours, yeah. We'll see how that goes. We could probably get rid of this. No, it is kind of big. Probably have to keep that. Let's do the little bridge next. Again, this should be fine. This will triangulate nicely. Don't have to do anything there. Just to be safe, I'm gonna give this one some manual attention. See, because these two corners here aren't connected, what could happen if I triangulate this? Oh no, okay, it triangulates normally, but it could ignore these 2 points, and it could lead to some wafer thin edges again. But yeah, if I just do that, it's fine. Perfecto. What are my thoughts on the space combat scenes for Campaign Evolved? If you mean the prequel missions, I'm really looking forward to playing them. I think it'll be good. It'll be good inspiration for when I get around to doing the dogfight component of Slipspace. The ship is an interesting design. I kind of like it as like a more civilian support logistics sort of ship. Reminds me a lot of the Mirren pattern, which I assume is intentional. Probably, I have a feeling, a very very low chance that this will be like their new design for the mirror. And I was talking about this to Bacon, and he doesn't believe it's going to be the case. And it's a slim chance. I don't think it's likely, but I also wouldn't be surprised that they would just redesign something for the sake of redesigning it. The CCS. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I hope it's not on rails. I don't think it will be, because it's a campaign evolved as a fork of the Reach engine, and so they have space fighter gameplay physics built straight in. There's no reason not to use that. Yeah, exactly. I hope it's not. It doesn't look like it looks open enough. Yeah, sorry, give out. It looks open enough, like you're approaching it from the side, and then there's another scene. I guess the thing that makes me think it might be on rails, very low chance again, is the fact that there's footage of him flying up the tail of it. That looks very railroaded, but I don't think it will be. Yeah, the CCS it's not good. It's not good as a CCS. I think if it was its own, if it was a new pattern of ship, I'd probably be okay with it. But it's just not a good CCS in my opinion. I think I'm going to get rid of these little fins as well. The collision model. Oh, this little side bit is its own thing. It'll triangulate fine. Yeah, should be fine. Actually, just so I can keep track what's done and what isn't, I'm going to separate everything that's been worked on as I go. This piece. This will be fine, don't need to work on that. Originally, I was making the collision models for all the UNSC ships by hand, which was basically like modeling it again. The original Paris collision model was basically as detailed. Originally, it was the Reach model that I was using for the Paris, and the collision model came out to almost be as detailed as the render model. So doing it this way saves a hell of a lot of time. Okay. I've looked at this part already. We have civilian ships, human and covenant for dogfighting infantry stuff. How is infantry and dogfighting going to be separated from the fleet combat stuff? So there'll be separate game modes. There'll be separate actual game variants. So when you go into custom multiplayer, you choose Fleet Slayer, it's going to spawn you into fleet ships. And if you choose Dogfight Slayer, it'll either spawn you on foot for maps that are designed to handle it. It'll spawn you on foot and you get into craft and take off from a hangar. Or there'll be a version that, excuse me, puts people straight into the fighters as well. Civilian ships, I'm planning to have the little human transport from Reach, the one that looks like a passenger jet, kind of. That'll be in there. I'm not sure about Covenant civilian ships. Oh, it might have the yacht that I made for High Charity. No reason not to put that in. Higgins already looking into adding the new agricultural ship to Sons of Profits. Oh, cool. I didn't know he was doing that. Yeah, the new design is not great. I get, yeah, really the only solution is to make it a different pattern of ship, but that means that the Truth and Reconciliation has been retconned twice now in terms of its appearance. Which is not great either. Well, I suppose it's been retconned either way. Yeah, see, so there's an example of some bad triangulation. So it's ignored these two extremities and it's instead pancaked it into itself. And the same up here. So this will have to be manually. But if I just put in this as a boundary, then the rest of the triangulation will be fine. So yeah, that's fine. That won't cause any problems. I'll just leave it there. Add it to our growing section of finalized collision. Does this need to be here for the collision model? I could probably throw in something a lot simpler. Let's just make a cylinder for this. It's 12 sides. There we go. That's all we need for that. We don't need it to be as detailed as the render model. We certainly don't need those incisions. So that makes it a lot more optimized. Oh, what's going on there? Oh, I created that on the wrong layer. That's what's going on there. There we go. So I might just spread the base of it. Yep, that'll do. Oh, Wrath. What kind of ships gameplay can we expect from Dogfight? Will there be corvettes, frigates? So there'll be UNSC corvette-sized ships. So obviously UNSC corvettes, and on the Covenant there'll be the likes of the Stormcutter as flyable, things of that size. You can expect to see Nandaos, broadswords, baselards, sabers, the longsword, the big bomber variant of the longsword, Seraphs, Tarasques, the Gigas, I think if there's another Covenant thing. Probably not. I think it's just 3 Covenant Strikecraft. Maybe the Lich. You'll see the Schult-class corvette for the UNSC for definite. You might see some others. You will... I haven't quite decided on what to do for the Covenant corvette size things. Probably Stormcutter, maybe an Intrusion corvette if the Sins of the Prophets people are feeling generous. Other than that, you'll also see the Space Banshee and the Wombat with a cockpit from the Reach Alpha as like a specific strike craft that's meant to interact with infantry, EVA gameplay, so that'll be slower than the strike craft, the normal strike craft, so that infantry have a chance against them. You'll also see pelicans, so you can land on enemy ships, enemy scenery ships. You will see phantoms to do the same thing for Covenant. Beyond that, I haven't really given much thought to anything else. Some Lich redesign and Berta's art style. So the thing about the Lich is it's close enough to Bungie that I probably would just use the existing Lich model. It's one of the few things in Halo 4 that I think is a really cool design. But I'll probably just go in as is. Projected shotguns Lich, yeah, he did cool work on the shader with the normal map and the height map. I'll probably do the lazier option of just using the existing Reach materials. They'll probably have the same hull coating as the Covenant ships. Yeah, Flying Scarab. It's pretty cool. Okay. Let's check this bit. No, okay, I might have to do this bit. It's here. You could just ask him for the model. Well, I think he just uses the Halo 4 model. It's the texture that he made that's custom. But it would save a lot of work. Okay, so that's fine. Next. What's this like? Oh Jesus, this is quite long. This one will require some attention, I think. This is a tricky one, actually. Okay, there we go. That's a solution. Okay, that should be fine. Infinity's not bad. Yes, the problem with the Infinity, problem that I have with the Infinity is kind of the same problem I have with the Punic. Is that I just don't like the idea of a UNSC super duper battleship kind of thing, you know? Death Star. Until it isn't. This is a big bit. Punic-class. Maybe someday it would be this Spirit of Fire specifically if it was being added. But after the current UNSC hero ship roster is done, you might see it appear. Was only one ship. One? You sure? It's crazy how the music immediately calls to mind the scene that it plays in. That should be okay. Oh, look at these. Get rid of these. I should triangulate okay. I just touch it. It's so again, this is the collision model we're working on. So this determines interactions with projectiles specifically. So without this, you wouldn't be able to deal damage to the ship, and projectiles would just go straight through it. And it needs to be as form-fitting to the model, the render model, as you can get it, just for player clarity experience. Have I considered healing ships? No. Reach doesn't allow for vehicles to be healed beyond the built-in health regen that you can set up. There's no conditions that you can create for health regen to occur spontaneously. And in my opinion, healers... I remember playing Dreadnought. Healers in that game annoyed me. I think healers in general, but especially in vehicle combat games, they kind of ruin the flow of gameplay a little bit. Not a huge fan of them. Ooh, big piece. Yeah, exactly, Space Whale. You know, you could maybe see that being a Covenant thing, maybe, but definitely not for UNSC. It's just very arcadey as well. Like, you know, in real life, if a ship is damaged, you're looking at weeks, maybe months of dry dock time to repair. Yeah, copy ships without shields are usually in a lot of trouble. Probably get a little rid of all. Great little scenery piece. Yeah, that'd be cool. I guess the problem is most, if not all, of the UNSC like stations and stuff are not very big, so they don't take up a lot of. They don't block a lot of line of sight, but it would still be cool to have. Be bigger than Anchor 9 at least. Is Punic big enough to deploy Paris? Yeah, I think it carries 4 under its wings in lore anyway. I think the Halo Fleet Battles model has Paris is molded into it. The underside. Mm. Okay. I think we're progressing quite well. We've done all of these bits. Still a lot to go though. The physics model for this will be very easy to make though. Good thing. Most UNSC ships are very easy to make physics models for. Ability idea, Paris and Nancy decoy. Looks like a point blank decoy. Come on, Paris or a Nancy. Ooh, dropping in a Nancy would be cool, yeah. You could... I think a Nancy makes more sense than Paris because a Nancy would kind of just sit there as like a shield, whereas a Paris, an unmanned Paris would look very obviously like an unmanned Paris. That's not quite possible, Rain. Would it be possible to make it a mobile respawn point? Yes, that's what I'm hoping to do, is I'm hoping to give it a teleport exit that only works for specific vehicle categories. You know, the way with a teleporter you can set it to permit heavy land vehicles, light land vehicles, flying vehicles. I'm going to set the Paris, Halberd, Nancy, and point blank to light land vehicles, and hopefully the teleport exit will only accept light land vehicles, and then maybe make the Punic able to create like a deployment buoy or something. That would be cool. Engine. Okay. Looks finally fine. These probably just replace with a cylinder again. Not quite at a 15-degree increment. Yeah, no, I would definitely limit it to the light ships. Ships that it could feasibly away from its hangars or whatever. Reactor kills are still in the game, yep. Pretty important feature, yeah. Hero ships like this one won't be reactor killable though. Vampire, well the Vampire is a atmospheric craft like the Banshee. I don't think it can operate in space. These things. I have a feeling they'll be fine just as is. Maybe not. Control capital ship turrets. That would be sick. Yeah, I was actually asking Green Knight yesterday if AI control turrets would sync in multiplayer, and he said they should. So that would be really cool to have, yeah. Ideally, you would be able to place them in Forge. I'm not sure how you would go about that, though. Well, this should be fine. Yep. What about this? Ooh, this will need some work. Need a bit of work. Okay, let's figure this out. This is going to be tricky. In fact, I might need to... Excuse me. Okay. No, this is collision, projectile collision specifically. tedious as this may seem, it's still better than creating this collision model from scratch. Just me on that one. Okay. Texture from the area outside in Slipspace would be so cool. Yeah, that would be cool to see in a game. It would be kind of sick if they decided to, after a campaign evolved, make First Strike. It's not going to happen though. Here we go. Flip is here. We'll just fill that in with a block. So, oh, look at these. Definitely not necessary. Oh, hello, Weaver. I'm doing well. How are you? Making good progress on the collision model. Spartan Tanner, hello. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Get rid of this face. Apply it manually. Okay. Be fine. You got a question? Am I going to use Rabbids Invasion mod for ground combat? It depends. It looks really fun, but it needs to be repeatedly balanced across, say, 100 games to be considered for the campaign. The advantage we have with the Anvil maps and game types is those guys have been figuring out the invasion formula for a decade, and so their maps are designed in such a way to make the default invasion experience as balanced as possible. And they have a whole host of maps that have been play tested to death. Which kind of makes them an obvious candidate for the campaign gameplay. Yeah, Rabbits mode looks very fun. As I understand, it's an infection mode right now. I don't know if they're working on an invasion version. Interesting to see though. For current combat will be other playable species, classes, hunters, ODSTs. No, not from our end anyway. But as Spartan Tanner points out, Rabid Magic Man is making a mod that provides that experience. No reason why we couldn't use that in more casual lobbies. But for the campaign, it's not that it needs to be competitive, it's that it needs to be balanced. And the Anvil community are kind of experts at designing balanced experiences. They're also, they've been in at the ground level since the inception of the idea of a campaign mode. Some of them are even devs on Slipspace. They've contributed assets, contributed work. Reload, for example, is one of the Anvil guys, and he made all the HUD assets for the ships. Yeah, so they're like, campaign has been made with their maps in mind, I guess. It's kind of the foundation of the gameplay side of campaign. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Rabbit does for the invasion version. I'm looking forward to playing it anyway. Yeah, I do. I'd like to jump in, see what it's like. Seems like a fun time. CPV when? It's in the model already. That's about as far as I can take that. It exists. No, I do plan to make it a like invasion mode specific vehicle that you need to escort to an area to glass an objective that only can be damaged by it, kind of thing. Lasting beam weapon for Cass? No, probably not. The reason the CPV would be getting it is because it's specifically for destroying objectives. And the CPV will only be used in modes where it has objectives to destroy. It would just be kind of a pointless feature on the Cass. Hello, Kazu. How are you doing? Hey, Markov. Welcome, welcome. Mylol, good to see you. Yeah, there's no down in space, but I've seen this happen in Stardust, where ships with a glassing beam will literally just kind of rotate vertically like that to shoot it, and it just looks. I don't think it will look great. There is no down in space, but there is still, even in deep space, you know, that you can align yourself to the plane of a solar system or the plane of the galaxy. You could reference up and down from that, I suppose. No, Gibo, we're not in the superior modeling program yet. Although the collision model is half done, I'd say. Let's see. F1. I was just humoring you, Gibo. I wasn't admitting that's better. It's better because it has Foundry. Energy projector. Technically, the plasma lance is an energy projector. Azum, this is the Punic-class Supercarrier. This is for the Halo Reach Slipspace mod. Space combat mod for Halo Reach. This is a very, very large UNSC ship getting at it. Yeah, his UNSC ships are pretty well optimized. You won't see any floating edges in these models, Gibbo, that's for sure. No unconnected vertices. Well, the reason you're seeing me connect the vertices now is because I've filled in bases that weren't there because they weren't necessary for the render model. What is this? Okay. How many lances? Well, it's health values are yet to be decided, but you won't be able to reactor kill it, so it's going to take a lot of lances because the lances don't do a huge amount of damage by themselves. Okay. Those as well. Almost there. Just these bits left to do. Goodbye, Zaitan. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your game. Which of the Halo campaigns is my favorite? Probably Halo 2. I have a real soft spot for Halo 2. Halo 3 is also quite memorable. Halo 3 is my favorite Flood. But I think there's something about Halo 2. Yes, very excited about that. Looks phenomenal. Really, really cool changes he's making. Yeah, Halo 3 is really memorable as well, yeah. Really cool missions. Halo CE has the best weapon sandbox, in my opinion. I think 2 and 3 and Reach. Most of the weapons just kind of feel a bit useless. Bad to use. Whereas lots of stuff feels good in CE. The assault rifle feels good. Plasma rifle feels good. Those are the two big main ones. I think in 2 and 3, any of the automatic, and Reach, any of the automatic weapons just kind of feel like wet noodles. Ah, we have another cylinder. is necessary. I may as well keep it. I don't think C aged well. I mean, it was the first 3D first-person shooter on consoles, designed for consoles. So you know, the fact that it stands up even a little bit is quite impressive, I would say. A lot of these objects are just pretty rectangular, like boxes, so I don't really have to do much with them other than cap them. Which is handy. Probably the same. Yep. Go for a bit first. Box. Do something with that. Box. One. Hey Anna, welcome. Progress is good. We're almost at the end of the collision model. So the process is render model, which we already had, thanks to Sins of Prophet's team. Malcontent made this model and texture, I think. Then we need a collision model, which needs to be pretty close to the render model. So what I've done is I've literally made a duplicate of the render model, and I'm cleaning it up and sealing all the open back faces that aren't necessary on a render model, but are necessary on a collision model. So I'm tidying that up. And then we need to make a physics model, which is a much more simplified general shape of the ship that handles collisions with players, collisions with objects. The collision model is just for projectiles specifically. And then I need to set up the markers. So the markers dictate like where the engine effects appear, where the entry and exit points are, where the weapon projectiles are created from, all that kind of thing. And then once that's done, I can bring it into Blender and I can start setting it up for importing into the mod tools as a actual asset. So we're almost at the end of the collision model. That's where we are. Yeah, it's a shame you can't get them on consoles. But because the main way of getting mods into MCC is the Steam Workshop, I don't know how that would... They would have to make a separate system for consoles and we'd have to upload them on that as well, I suppose. Oh, the shape is actually pretty fine. So I can... These bits... Be fine as well. There's that. That's excellent. This is fine. These might need some... That. They will need some looking at too. Modding campaign evolved. Well, the thing is, it is a fork of the Reach engine. I am wondering exactly what the mod tools would be. Would they be Sapien, a version of Sapien, or would they be the Unreal editing kit? It's hard to know. I don't know. It's basically witchcraft as far as I'm concerned. Like, how are they running? How is it a fork of the Reach engine for all of the behind the scenes stuff, but it's being like handled by Unreal? I don't understand exactly how that works. Yeah, like Oblivion Remastered, but I don't know how that works either. That's basically witchcraft as far as I'm concerned as well. H3K with an Unreal extension. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they do it. I don't know if they're going to give us mod tools or not, though. Probably not. My suspicion. God, Gibbo rioting, that's like 1/10 of the residents of Shropshire on Thyme, or wherever you're from. Some English bullshit town. Bath. Warboys. There's an English town called Warboys, by the way, everybody. You know, like Warboys from Fury Road. Yeah. It's crazy. What do you mean? Yes, I can. That's in England. That allows me to say with certainty that you have weird names for towns. Bally Warboys, yeah. Or Kill Warboys. May have done something horrible on a private server. You mean the Slipspace server? Dingle? Yeah, great town name. Ballydingle Killarney on Sea. No, that's more of a British name. On Sea. Maybe it's one of the towns you colonised. Welsh town with a super long name. Yeah, I can pronounce the start and the end of that name, kind of. Middle gets me though. Yeah, Gibbo is the king of England, by the way. Little known fact. Sorry, getting distracted there. Okay, so we've just this bottom portion left to do, and then it's time to separate the collision models into the damage regions that we want. Oh yeah, this is fine. Oh, and we do have to do the engines as well. Ooh, this looks amazing. It's scuffed. This need readdress. What is actually wrong with these two? Oh, they're two separate halves. Oh. Separate. No matter, we'll simply weld and cap it again. Here we go. This bit's probably the same. Oh no, new piece. So, what's going on here? This okay, this isn't connected. Okay. Alrighty, well there we go. That's our collision model sorted. So now we need to decide what bits we want to be separate, different damage regions. So I'm thinking most of the hull on this is going to be durable hull. So I guess we'll start by picking out. Oh wait, no, we're not finished with the collision model. I need to make the engines. Stop. Oh, do a cylinder. Spooky music. Okay. You just wanna. Do they keep the horror aspects of the flood in remake? It looks like they have. The flood look really good from what I've seen. They don't have any glowy orange bits like Halo Wars 2, so that's a great start. Yeah, they look really cool. Tank form looks cool. Even spits out infection forms like it is meant to in Halo 3. Okay, there we go. Here's the engines. So the engines are, let's name this all engines, because we know that these are definitely going to be a critical area. Let's give that an orange material so we know. Move on. So as I said, most of this is going to be durable hull. Let's try and pick out some areas where we don't want that to be the case. So I don't want the prow to be durable hull. I want that to be the downside of looking straight at people with the Supermax. say this portion here, this. Yeah, these bits. I'll just call out. Give this gray material for a regular hole. I'm fairly certain this is the bridge. I'm going to separate this out. Hole, bridge. Just like the Vindication, this is going to have an orange bridge area instead of a red one. So it'll take 50% extra damage, not 100% extra damage. Any of these little greebly bits. Actually, no, we'll do it. Yeah, no, I'm going to separate out these greeble bits. Leave this area too. This one, this one, this here. Probably all of this. Oh, hold on. There's something there. Yeah, okay, so these are going to be, this is going to be the default damage zone. So these are going to be regular hull and they won't have any damage states associated with them. Probably this bit here too. Touch. Let's call it that. It's a hull material. Let's actually hide the Punic render model a bit more clearly. Oh, these need to go. Okay. Oh, now we get to see, we start to see a clearer breakdown of which areas are armored, which aren't. I do also think that these bits on the wings should be critical areas as like weak points to aim for. Purpose of the bottom part that looks like a walkway. I think this is for frigates to dock to. I think that's what its purpose is. How does its health compare to Valiant or Vindication? Haven't really decided on that yet, but it's going to be a lot tougher. That's for sure. A lot tougher. Actually, maybe, yeah, maybe this hangar section should be a weak area. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Let's say all hangars. Yeah, it is basically a human version of a CAS. Which is why I think it's best suited as a hero ship rather than something you can just bring in a normal game. Okay, so we need to separate the armored areas into specific sections now as well. Oh, these little guys should be regular. Actually, no, I'm going to keep them part of this. How many archers per volley? That's another thing I haven't figured out yet. Probably like 20 per player, something like that. $15 per player, somewhere around that ballpark. Gonna be collision, left wing. Collision, right wing. I'm just gonna do or wing. Nice amount of archers. I think it's the halberd per player at least. I think it's the halberd. I can check Naval Academy real quick. Yeah, it's the halberd, 18. Obviously, a Valiant is 16 per player, but it's obviously putting out 32 per ship, but per player it's halberd. Yeah, it's gonna have 2 of the ODPs max, so anything smaller than a CIS will be one shot by this, and it'll have 2 of them. That's the current plan anyway. We'll see how it pans out in terms of player experience. Okay, so So this is going to be armored region that doesn't get any damage states. All L armor midship. Well, number 4. Make this part of the default generic armor section. Okay, left and right of that. Or yeah, I do prefer the Infinity, or sorry, the Punic over the Infinity. Mainly just because it's not as ridiculously powerful. Oh, we have something behind here. Okay. No problem, Halo Guy. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you have a good day. Let's see. Oh, week just started. Okay. And oh, saw in suggestions on the server, somebody said that the Super Max should be the Artemis Max on a much shorter cooldown rather than the ODP Max. Probably a wise decision for gameplay. I mean, one patch with the ODP Max. Surely the meme factor is worthy of being live. Okay. Let's see. It'd be interesting actually if this area here was also a high damage area. I think that'd be cool. Why is there a 1 second stream before this? Because I've never streamed before and I didn't know exactly what would happen when I pressed start streaming in OBS. I thought it would give me like a preview or something, you know, before it actually went live. Would bring it to YouTube without actually making it live or something like that, but not the case. Well, the problem with the ODP Max going forward is it isn't very fun getting killed in one hit. It could be possible to do that, yeah. I'm going to try and make that happen. If you attach a teleporter object to it, you could maybe give the pilot a weapon that creates a deployment buoy, which is a teleporter entry. And you could well, I can try and set it to only allow a certain type of vehicle, like light land vehicle, and then make all the small UNSC ships count as light land vehicles for teleporters, and that might work. As long as it doesn't. Well, that's the issue, is it won't be able to differentiate between the teleporters on this and the exit teleporters from Covenant Slipspace jumps. Unless I can separate all the Covenant ships into heavy land vehicles and make their exit portals only work for them. That means you won't be able to drag small UNSC ships with you when you slip space. Yeah, it's complicated. No, I'd put the teleporter like under it, so that you come out under it rather than inside it. You can't set teleporter channels in the tag itself. You can only set that in Forge, and so that's no use to actually playing in game when the teleporters are only created by the vehicle rather than being placed on the map already. Okay, is this enough regions? Let me think. This here. Okay, so we've got Prayer region, which isn't armored. Got the bridge. We have this ventral armored section. We've got the default collision, which is just regular. Default armored. I use default to separate sections that are going to have damage effects on them from sections that won't. So anything with default won't create damage effects, like blast marks or holes in them become damaged. Armor top, left and right for midship armor. This weak spot here, left and right wing, left and right stern armor, right aft armor. Oh yeah, I'm going to separate this. Engine. Ventral. Okay, so that's our basic collision. Now I need to make duplicates of every region that isn't a default region, because you need to be able to switch to that alternate collision model when a damage state is triggered. Oh, grab everything here. Won't have to do that for the bridge or the engines because I won't have damage states on them. Am I missing anything? No, I don't think so. Then to rename these. So I just add major to the end of the name, so I know that that's the region for the major damage state. Which nukes will this have? I'm not sure if it will have nukes. It's not meant to have nukes in lore, but the Sins of the Prophets guys did add 3 Shiva silos to the top of it, so I may as well add that to the archer weapon. I was thinking of giving the longswords that this launches Shiva nukes as well. We'll see about that. If they're getting Shiva nukes, it's definitely not getting the ODP max. That's for sure. Oh yeah. Actually, I can probably condense these all into one, all the critical areas. Okay, so that's our collision. Now we're moving on to physics model. Physics model is going to be a lot easier. Just needs to be the vague shape. So we switch over to Punic physics here. Let's make first box. While the spooky music plays. So one box will cover basically almost the whole thing. Center this up. Give it our get a red material. Now the thing about physics models is each individual object that composes the physics model must be convex. So for example, so obviously a normal cuboid is a convex shape. This is also a convex shape, but this is a concave shape. Any indents like that. So what will happen is if there's any concave areas, the mod tool importer will just fill it in like that between the next 2 highest points. We want to make sure that we are manually choosing where. Well, we don't want concave areas basically. We want to be able to tailor the physics model to what we want. So I'm going to add in 2 edge loops here. Pull this in. This in. So you're going to drag this down a bit. Widen the middle of it a bit as well. Yeah, it's a decent start. Okay, let's pull this back to here. Let's move these forward. But now we want a fatter box at the end. The engine area. This red too. Yeah, get your normals inverted. You got normal mogged. Okay. It really doesn't really have to be more complicated than this. Another box at the front. Okay. Probably want or a bit of a physics model up here too. So it's gonna have two breakwaters, yeah. Archers with Shivas. The max will probably be for the passengers. Defensive fighters for the pilot. Breakwaters for the passengers as well. Each seat will have long swords. So let me think. Where does point defense go? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Something like that, though. Hello, Angel. Welcome, welcome. You probably want another box down here for this bit. Yeah, we obviously want some collision for the wings here as well. Let's see, is that close enough? think we'll get away with not having collision on that that piece in there. Be fine. So there we go. That's our collision model. Took a lot less time, or sorry, physics model, not collision model. Took a hell of a lot less time than the physics collision. Excuse me. So now the final thing we need to do in 3ds Max is, well, first I need to make a little cube for each gunner seat. Then we need to add our markers. So go into Punic. So have a little box. Heller missiles they're an anti-ship missile, but they're like a saturation missile, so they're weaker than archers and they're fired in greater quantities. So I won't be adding that because archers are already sometimes pushing the X budget limit. Spooky music again. Okay. This is going to be gunner 4. And we're going to clone that. Gunner 4 call. Clone it again. We're going to call it gunner 4 is. Drag for phase into physics, call it a collision. Then I'm gonna clone that again. Call it gunner here. Move it back a little bit. On here, call. Here. That's basically the same process as the vehicle itself. Each passenger seat is technically a separate vehicle, so we need to make a render, collision, and physics model for it. Because they're part of the ship and they're not external, they're just a point for a person to enter. You can just be a cube. So, you do. Just make it a cube. How big is the Punic? So the Punic is bigger than a CCS. It's 4 kilometers long. A CCS is 1.7, and then a CAS is 5.3. Yeah, it's exactly 4 kilometers long. 4,000 meters. Okay. No shields, no. It's a war era ship. It doesn't have any shields. Okay, so that's our collision, and that's our physics finished. I'm gonna hide those two layers because we're going back in. Render model. Now I need to decide. So I'm gonna give the Top Gun to 4-gunner. Oh, focus. Breakwater 4. Actually, no. Other way around. It's going to be the rear gunner. Just like on the Vindication. Okay. Thought about giving the ships names on the side. You could do that through permutations, but they'd be so small people would be hard pressed to see them most of the time. There was another point I was going to make. I can't remember what it is now. Oh, you can only have a certain number of permutations, so I think it might be 8 or 16, so you would get the same 8, 16 names needed. It would also mean having to make 16 different permutations, set them up. It'd be a bit of work. It's probably a good idea on a hero ship, though, having Trafalgar on the side of this somewhere. The Punic will have 3 seats, but it's a hero ship, so it's much more powerful than the number of seats would imply. Oh yeah, I also need to decide which of these point defense guns is going to be controlled by which players. I think 4-gunner should get certainly these. These. Yeah, the breakwaters had to be moved because angled turrets don't play well with the reach animation system for vehicles. So we've got one up here, and we've got one under here. I might actually get rid of that aerial and put this one on this and give it a good, sensible field of fire. No, the turret ring would be too wide for it. Um, three. 5 pairs. CIWS 4 gunner. And then I'm going to have to separate them into individual turrets eventually. I just want to group them into who's getting what first. Okay. I think these point defenses are going to have to be pretty good because the ship is so big that the offset is going to make them quite inaccurate. So they're going to have to be quite fast firing to account for that. Tank of Plum, this ship is the Punic-class Supercarrier. It was introduced to Halo lore back in 2016, I think. And this model is by the Sins of the Prophets team, by a guy called Malcontent, specifically. Many plasma torpedoes roughly kind of stank. I can't tell you that because I don't know yet. Oh, where's our engines gone? Oh, they're in the physics lab for some reason. Okay. So now I'm going to set up new layer, call it layer 4, layer, click gunner here, and bring these into 4. These into rear. Yeah, I'm also going to make runner for markers. Here. So you can hide things that aren't relevant for whichever 3 vehicles I'm working on. So now comes the time for markers. First things first, let's grab our primary trigger marker. It doesn't really matter what shape these objects are because they're going to get turned into empties in the Blender tool anyway. I just made them a triangle because it helps me with orientation. So the short side pointing up is its z-axis. Long side is the x-axis. Helps me just with the orientation. We're going to position this in front of each back barrel. LOC's Warthog run would fit on the Punic, yeah. I think the Warthog run is like 3 kilometers long, something like that. So this is going to be for 4 gunner. This is going to be for the rear gunner. Mini archers can the Punic fire off in one salvo, including both gunners. Actually, haven't counted how many archer pods it has yet. Let's see. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It's got 30 archer missile pods. I could just break that down into 10 pods per gunner. Or per crew. I'd probably make it fire more than 10 for each player in a salvo, though. But with nearly 8k votes, Punic versus Infinity won by only 2%. The masses have bad taste, unfortunately. Okay. So then we need secondary trigger. This is for the archers. So the name of each marker is important. That corresponds to some kind of function. The primary trigger and secondary trigger are like the default marker names for weapons. You can make custom ones, and I have made custom ones. But I always use primary trigger for mechs and lances, and secondary trigger for archers and plasma torpedoes. So let's set up the archer triggers. So even though each pod has 5 missiles, I only put 1 marker on it because fuck that. Will the Punic have durable armor sections? Yeah, it is mostly composed of durable armor sections. Let me get the collision model up for you. But this is the armor breakdown. All the yellow areas are durable armor, durable hull. Orange is critical system, so they take 50% extra damage. And white is regular hull. Like that. Oh yeah, let me save. I haven't saved in a while. Infinity is very close to the size of a Cass. It's like 5.3 kilometers. No, he's not adding infinity. That is not happening. Man, the textures on these ships are so nice. You really gotta hand it to Malcontent and Bacon. And I think Jess was involved in making the whole pattern algorithm that they use in Substance Major. So good. If Phoenix was added in, how would you perform? Basically a weaker Punic, I imagine. You'd be a carrier. Should probably be a 2-player hero ship. Strike docking ship thing, Hippogriff. Green unyielding Hierophant. We have an asset for that, made by Jeshua, and further refined by Gibbo. We'll see that in Forge at some point. Won't be a ship, it'll just be scenery. Oh, what the hell is this? Yeah, I'm not sure if this is part of a Halo soundtrack or not, so let's just go back to the top of the list. Yeah, that song does not sound like it's safe to play. Although this stream isn't monetized, I don't have ads going on the stream anyway, so whatever. Although I'm not sure if playing copyrighted stuff would mean donations go to them. You got an ad? Like a mid-roll ad? Should be happening. Turning ads off doesn't turn off ads, just means YouTube gets the money for the ads. Oh, well then. I guess I'll turn them on next time. Oh, can I do that now? Okay, I'm going to set the frequency to low. Okay. Yeah, we just got YouTubed. Yeah, Fizz is done. Fizz is very easy. Check this out. That's the physics model. Collision model takes a lot longer. Collision model. Even though having the render model to just copy paste and clean up cuts down the time on that a lot. We'd still be working on a collision model if I was making the collision model from scratch. So yeah, it's marker time. a short crash course what the different models are for or do. Yeah, so render is just your visual. That's what the model is going to look like. Collision is that dictates interactions with projectiles. So if a model doesn't have a collision model, projectiles will just go straight through it. I've broken this collision model down into the different sections that I want to create damage effects on, the craters and stuff. And I've color coded them as well. So yellow is going to be durable hull, white is regular hull, and then orange is critical areas. The color doesn't mean anything yet. That's all handled in the mod tools itself. Just for me to get a visual of how it's going to break down. And then the physics model is for collisions with other objects, players, vehicles, scenery, the world. And that can be as simple as this, really. You don't need much more than this. Every piece of the physics model needs to be convex. So if you had any areas that would cause the model to be concave, so you can see here this main hull and this little bit on top. This bump up here would, if this was all one model, it would cause it to be concave. So I separated that out so that it's two convex models. And that's how that's the basic setup of any game asset for Halo, any vehicle at least. Place a Paris in the docking area of the Punic. Well, that's the thing. I'm not actually sure where the Paris is supposed to attach. I think it's meant to be under the wings rather than in the middle there. I know you definitely won't be able to fly a Paris. Wouldn't fit a Paris through these gaps, I don't think. Find out. No. Nearly. You wouldn't be able to fly straight through it like that anyway. But no, I think it's meant to be docked under the wings, upside down. So something like that. 2 under each wing, from what I remember. Maybe in there like that. Something like that anyway. Anyway. Yeah, no, it's definitely not going in any internal bays, that's for sure. Okay, markers. Possibility that the Punic gets a special effect never fires as maximum as the Artemis. Yeah. Gonna be on that level of power. Hard would be to add in ship names that can be changed by the player, like Spartan emblems. Impossible in Reach. Uh, I know that Halo 3 and Halo CE, maybe Halo 2, they got updated to be able to recognize player skins for vehicles, but Reach never got that functionality. Either have to be random or just not present at all. Um, Apparently this is the Truth and Reconciliation Suite. 8-minute long track. I think it's a combination of a few different stems. Yeah, Jack knows ball. Yeah, Punic is cool. I've always liked the Punic. Visually, I don't like how big it is, personally, but that's fine. But you don't like how big it is. Yeah, I think the Punic is too big for a UNSC ship. The next nearest to it in canon are like half the size. I explained this earlier, but I think that the UNSC having a ship so big and bad kind of detracts from the whole underdog uh, vibe they're meant to have going on. You know, this like a ship this big is the domain of Covenant because they're an advanced, arrogant alien empire that often places form over function when it comes to the way they design things. So it makes sense for them to build a assault carrier that's 5 kilometers long, or God forbid, a supercarrier that's 29. But not so with the UNSC, in my opinion. But it's fine. It's cool. You know, it's a cool ship. Halberd and Autumn. Hell yeah. You know, I used to be kind of lukewarm on the Halberd until I added it to Slipspace and actually flew it around, and then I was like, oh wait, this is actually a pretty sick design. It also helps that the Sins of the Prophets model is absolutely gorgeous. Any idle rotating dish. You could do that, yeah. I think you actually definitely could do that. That's another thing to rig, though. And it's not really connected to the hull in the way that's rotatable. Don't worry, it's got a rear one as well, look. As is the norm, as is the custom. Yeah, Trafalgar only really gets name dropped when it's already dead, which is unfortunate. We don't actually get to hear about how well it did in combat or how many Covenant ships it took out before it went down or anything like that. It's unexplored territory. Is there any more arthropods on this thing? Archers. No, I think it's all the archers covered, so now I need to separate them into the 4 pilot rear gunners. And I need to rename their number sequence so that they fire in the right order. So there'll be 5 pods on each side for each seat. So let's drag this bunch to 4 markers. And here 2. Three. Basically what I want is I want this pod to fire first, and then it's going to go symmetrically backwards. So this pod, and then this pod, and this pod, and so forth. For some reason, when you import a model into Reach, the marker that's labeled as 001, so if you have multiple of the same marker name, you need to subtitle it with a number. And if I set this to 001, it would actually fire last in the sequence. For some reason 002 was first. I don't know why. Bit of a pain, but basically you need to make the marker you want to fire first 002, then go in ascending order, and then the very last marker in the sequence should be 001. Really weird. Or oh, I'm almost forgetting myself. It'll be 1, not 11. Okay. That's the 4 gunners, archer markers sorted. Next we'll do the pilots. So 5 on each side. Five. And oh wait, no, these can actually stay in the layer they're in already. So skip that. We move to the rear gunner markers. The rear gunner markers. Okay. Okay. Now we need to rename these. So we want this one to fire first. 302. This will be pilot and gunner loaded for operation. So it's going to be a 3-player ship. It'll be 1 pilot and 2 gunners. So each player will have access to a longsword squadron, I guess. You'll be able to launch, each seat will be able to launch longswords. The 2 passengers will control the mac guns and the breakwaters. Each seat, or at least 2 seats, will have point defense. The pilot will be able to launch defensive fighters. Each seat will have archer missiles and Shivas. And that's probably all the weapon is going to have. It's mainly going to be the longswords. It's like its focus. And the 2 supermax don't hurt either. The 2 gunners will have the supermax. Turbo, do you mean you wish it had more breakwater turrets than 2? Yes, well, there is going to be another UNSC hero ship that has at least 3 breakwater turrets. So the Trafalgar, the named one, will be the only Punic in the game, yeah. There won't be a generic one. Okay. Pilots. Archer marker sorted. Yeah, the rear gunner. You tell, yeah, the Thanatos class battleship is also going to be a hero ship, and that will have 3 breakwaters, maybe 4. Be a 3-player ship, so it might be each gunner controls 2 if I give it 4. Or it might be the pilot controls 2 and each gunner controls 1. But it'll have at least 3 breakwaters on that. That's another model by Malcontent from Sins of the Prophets. And it looks beautiful. I actually have the model in the engine. I have the Trafalgar model in the engine as well. It's just a shell. That's why we're doing this today, is to actually set it up as a vehicle. So if we get around to the importing stage, I will show you how the Thanatos looks in engine as well. So the Thanatos is not a canon design. It was made by the Sins of the Prophets team, specifically for Sins of the Prophets. For only nuclear load archers. It would be funny. Okay. So that's all our archers sorted. Let's do the Shivas next. I don't know yet if it's going to have Shivas. It probably will. Let's set it up as if it will. Need our nuke trigger marker. Things here. Yeah, we'll keep in mind that these big UNSC ships are hero ships, so you're probably not going to see them in normal Fleet Slayer, for example. Oh, hey, Green, what's the crack? How are you doing, my friend? Good to see you. So it's not quite like that, Spoiler Lord. 343 are actually very good about, like, if they were going to use a design from Sins of the Prophets in official material, they would actually collaborate with Sins of the Prophets and get them involved in canonizing it, which has happened. The Able class destroyer that they made for Sins of the Prophets was canonized by 343 as an official ship. They, back in the 2022 encyclopedia, a few Sins of the Prophets ships were canonized as the official visualization of some of the ships that they didn't have visuals for before, like the Point Blank class Prowler. So 343 are actually pretty good at respecting fan designs in that way. Not like Star Wars, where they just take what they want from fan work and just stick it into whatever comic. They actually have respect for the creators who make cool stuff. Okay, so that's our... Oh, they need to be a little bit lower down. Is our nuke trigger sorted? What else? We need markers on all of the breakwater barrels. We need markers on all of the point defense gun barrels. And then we need markers on the longsword hangers as well. That'll be all the weapon markers. Then we need markers for the engines, for the engine effects. We need markers for explosion effects when the ship dies. And we need markers for entry points for the players to get into. And also the camera positions. And we need markers for the target points throughout the ship that weapons lock onto as well. Yeah, no, Disney are notorious for that. 343 are quite good about liaising with bands when their work is going to be used. Okay, so let's do the breakwater markers next. This is going to be the 4. Yeah, I need to remember what I called those markers. Let me just open the foundation mod tool really quickly here. Indication, model, markers. Oh, they're just called breakwater. Okay, that makes sense. D. Breakwater. D. Uh-oh. This turret isn't properly aligned. Whoops. Fix that. Thanks for making my favorite UNSC ship. You're welcome. No, this model is not made by me. I must stress that. This was made by Malcontent from the Sins of the Prophets team. I'm just working on getting it into Slipspace as a vehicle. But everything you see here, it's beautiful render model. Textures are made by Malcontent. Spoiler alert, there is definitely, you will definitely find probably any UNSC ship you can think of online somewhere for Halo Fleet battles. There's a guy called Coco's Models, makes really cool models for fleet battles for 3D printing. You should look him up. I think he might be on Colts 3D. Okay, so that's the 4-gunner sorted for breakwaters. Just copy paste these up here. For the rear gunner. So are the new gen UNSC ships in a roadmap to be added? New gen is in post-war? No. The most modern UNSC ship that's under consideration is the Strident. That is a late war ship. Beyond that, there's no plans for any post-war vessels, no. We're going to see custom-made ships. Not on the UNSC side. Although, having said that, a lot of the ships in the mod are technically custom. Since the Prophets guys have designed a lot of their own ships. The Anansi is since the Prophets original. Point Blank technically is. The Ion carrier is. The Vindication remodel that they made is technically a new ship, really. What else? Yeah, well, that's it. That's it for now. But yeah, those are all custom ships technically. No, I saved the custom ships made by myself. I saved that for the Covenant. Every Covenant ship in the mod except the SDV was modeled by me, and the ADR and DCV are entirely original designs, and the DDS will be an entirely original design as well. And the OSA is from the Project Stardust guys. And there's one or two other Covenant ships under consideration that are by the Sins of the Prophets guys as well. And the Covenant hero ships, the Rassus pattern and the Kewu pattern, are going to be Sins of the Prophets ships as well. CSO is custom as well, yeah. Although it's built directly onto the H2A CAS model. The CAS model in Slipspace is also built on that, but it transformed it into a more what would you say, higher fidelity model that matches the Reach art style that I've established with the Corvette. The CSO was loosely based on a concept by Tacit, but it is still mostly just as an upscaled CAS, just with some extra bits and a different prow and some different proportions. But I think it's different enough to look like its own ship. Xanar would be funny. If I'm doing a Xanar, I would have to be remodeled. I don't like the idea of... Same reason I don't like the CSO being just a giant CAS. It needs to actually look like a small mutation of a CCS rather than just a small CCS. It needs to look a little bit different. Okay, so that's our breakwaters done. Did I move them now? No. The rear markers. 3. Okay, next. I'm going to do the longsword bays next. Let me just remind myself what I call those markers. Let's look at the ion. I think it's just launch bay. Okay, launch bay. Oh no, it's longsword bay. Longsword bay L and longsword bay or. Okay. Hardpoint destruction possible. Technically, yeah, you can have it that if a certain damage threshold is reached by a certain region, it disables the engines on a vehicle. While that is cool tech, it's probably not very fun to have to wait for someone to kill you because your engines got disabled and you can't move anymore. And I think also in zero gravity it would mean that your whatever speed and direction you were moving in is now what you're always going to be moving in until you hit a map edge. It is also possible to disable weapons if you set it up correctly, but that's a bit more complicated. And again, I think there's probably enough going on mechanically in Slipspace without adding that stuff in. Oh, thanks so much, Hobo. Thank you so much. Yeah, I try and work on updates uh, basically every day. Almost every day, I'm working on something to do with Slipspace. If it's chipping away at a model for a ship, or tweaking values, or trying to figure out how to make a new weapon that I have an idea for, or stuff like that. Um, Basically every day involves a little bit of Slipspace dev time. Okay, now lower, which UNSC ships have more than one Mac? The Marathon has two. Valiant has two. The Halberd technically has two. It has a light Mac and a sub-caliber Mac. Punic has 2 super heavies. I'm not sure what else actually. Vindication has 2 super heavies as well. Actually, let me think about this. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to make these defensive fighter bays. A launch bay. Ooh. Spirit of Fire had 3 Mac barrels as well, yeah. Ooh. These 4 hangars will be the 4 gunners longsword bays, middle 4 will be the pilots, and then the rear 4 will be the rear gunners. I do something with these as well. I'm trying to think. What could you launch out of there? Maybe that could be the longswords with Shivas. No, Spirit of Fire is about... I think Spirit of Fire is half the size of a Punic. Maybe a little bit bigger. No, they definitely shouldn't have built more Punics. In fact, every Punic built should have been 20 Parises instead, really. Would have got more use out of it. Or even like 5 Marathons for each Punic. Would have been more useful. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the biggest, baddest battleship is never really a good idea. There's only one of it, or a handful of them. They can only be in one place at one time. Whereas 100 frigates can be in lots of places at lots of times. And it's not as much of a catastrophic loss to lose one of them, or even 10 of them. Yeah, Thrawn was a smart guy, huh? He had some good, he had a good strategic mind on him. Just build 100 million TIE defenders instead of another Death Star. Like, think about how many times in Star Wars a huge capital ship has been taken out by like one fighter. You think at that point they'd realize, oh, maybe it's not such a good idea to make giant capital ships. Just make hundreds of thousands of hyperspace capable fighters. Job done. Then it wouldn't be as cool though. It is expensive, yeah, but if if X-wings can have them and they're rebels, they're getting financed through back alleys and siphoned funds, then I'm sure the Empire would afford it too if they really wanted to. Or Gunner, yeah. Cool. Okay, so that's our hangar sorted. I am wondering about these. What could we launch out of these? My idea is longswords with Shivas, is what I'm thinking. Or longswords with harpoons. No, because the Sins, Jess from the Sins team actually made a Shiva warhead in a smaller frame to be launched out from longsword specifically, so it'd be a shame not to use that. I don't want to get too crazy with the UNSC Strikecraft. I think the design philosophy of bombers being offensive and fighters being defensive is something I want to maintain for them. I am just thinking a longsword with a more potent payload. Let's put in some markers anyway, just in case. Oh, if I take move this into foregunner. I love this version of the theme. Yeah, regrets carrier was a siphon pattern, which is actually the more common variant. It's the one that's in Slipspace too. Okay, so that's our longsword setup. The last weapon we need to take care of is the point defenses. So this marker is called turret. Ascendant Justice was a DDS, which is coming to Slipspace with its very own custom model. And Ascendant Justice is coming to Slipspace as well, combined with UNSC Gettysburg and supercharged by Cortana. It's going to be a UNSC hero ship. Okay. think my OBS just dropped out there. Hopefully everything's fine. Finally, peak is dropping. Yeah, we're cooking up some peak. This music really makes you feel like you're in space. Yeah, it's a big boy, all right. Designed to kill insurrectionists, just like Spartans. Or designed by the CMA to kill the UNSC if they ever had to. But also insurrectionists. Okay, it's on the point defense markers laid out. And we gotta separate them by type. Oh, I missed a pair. How's the progress? So collision and physics model are done. We've got almost all of the weapon markers done. Yeah, we're getting there. Almost time for Blender. Shadow of Intent might not be a stream. It's only very minor edits that need to be done. The CAS model. Well, maybe we'll see. Yeah, it's got the hanger on the back. Certain regions won't have the little buildings on it. Have lights instead. Same color, yeah. The Infinity is never coming, no. Sorry to all the Infinity fans. Covenant Destroyer, I mean the DCV. It's not available anywhere publicly, no. I can show you it in the mod tools on stream if that would be any use. You gained 300 some subs in the past couple of days. Oh, I didn't even realize. That's cool. I should probably like make more videos or something. Any other UNSC ships in mind? The Strident is kind of under consideration. The Ankara, which is another Bacon original, is like a troop transport. I would like to put that in as a objective ship for invasion, similar to the CPV, where there's a certain type of objective that only it can damage by launching pelicans at it. Other UNSC ships. No other ones really come to mind at the moment. I mean, the UNSC roster is pretty full as it is. Strident would not have shield, no. It would be the war era. variant. Okay, back to separating these turrets. Kewu pattern is planned as a hero ship for the Covenant, yeah. Be a 3-player ship. Long range, very long range sniper with a very, very powerful lance. Kewu, yeah. It's an unfortunate name. Okay, it's the 4 gunners. Four gunners said, oh. Possible to use Pelicans or drop pods for UNSC equivalent of ticks? Yeah, it would. I just don't really like the idea of UNSC boarding craft. It's just kind of a Covenant thing, you know? Okay. Okay. A Master Chief in the stream. You get a reference to the scale. I can do is I can make a cube that's 6 feet tall or 7 feet tall. Okay, there you go. There's a Master Chief rectangle. Next to the breakwater. Actually, I'm not sure that that's the right size, is it? Oh, no, it is, yeah. Yep. Pretty small. These must be automated turrets then, though. No, that's not right. That's definitely not right. It'd definitely be smaller than that. I don't know why the measurement is saying. Oh wait, no, that's that's if he was 7 meters tall. He should be 2 of these units tall. There we go. There's a Master Chief. Yeah, that's a bit more reasonable. There's Master Chief. Next to a breakwater. On top of a Punic. What were we doing? Oh yeah. We were renaming these. Okay. And here are going to markers. Flood music! Everybody panic! Flood confirmed. Okay. That's our turret marker setup. Now I need to split each one of these turrets into the turret and the barrel so that I can rig them in Blender. So turret one. For 3. So on in this fashion, ad nauseum. Breakwaters are, yeah, they're a coil gun. They're basically mini Macs, yeah. Big coil gun mini Mac. Right. Good. 7. Action forms are mech pilots. Yeah, it's pretty grisly. It's pretty grim what happens to you when one of those gets in. Oh, I skipped. 11. Okay, that's the pilots. T-Wiz separated. Go on to the foregunner. Yeah, Installation 00, he donated 50 bucks earlier, which was incredibly generous. Not expecting that at all. Well, yep, this is a solid track. Mm. What are the big circular disc black parts on the ship? I think the ones on the wings are like cargo interfaces, cargo airlocks or something like that. Streamlabs for donation. YouTube doesn't take a huge cut. Yeah, I wasn't even donations and things weren't even in my head when I was setting up to stream today. Okay, now we just need to separate out the rear gunner turrets. Once I have this done, I'm going to take a small break, get some food, and I'll be back to it. How do you scale the ship's guns to the rest of the ship? Do you mean as in how big of a caliber they should be? Or do you mean... I assume you're talking about the breakwaters. Or do you mean the Supermax? There we go. Turrets separated. Guns all over. No, there's several schools of thought on it, I'm sure, but depends on the aesthetic you're going for as well. If you're going for more of a realistic approach, you probably want to err closer to on the smaller side of things rather than the oversized side of things. Yeah, breakwaters are pretty big. It's just that the Punic is 4 kilometers long. But the breakwaters have to be around that size so that they fit properly onto the Vindication, which is half the size of the Punic. Vindication is a battleship, so it needs to look appropriately sized on them, first and foremost. And then it doesn't really matter if they're a bit on the small side on the larger ships then, because you have established that they're big guns by putting them on a smaller ship. Now, of course, the Punic has 2 spinal Supermax that run, I would say, probably half the length of the ship. But a gun that big, you want it to be spinal. You want it to be a part of the ship rather than a turret. Yeah, it's probably you're making your own setting, your own ships. It's something you just kind of have to eyeball, I think, to begin with. Okay. So let me think. What's left to do in 3ds Max on this ship? Need to put in the effect markers, explosion markers, entry and camera markers, and the target point markers as well. So I'm going to go use the bathroom really quickly. I'm going to order some food and then I will be back to it. So it'll be about 5 minutes. Stream will keep running. I'm just going to mute my mic and turn off the webcam. So, yeah, see you in a few minutes. Hello, hello. So, where was I? Oh yeah, engine effects. The main engine marker for the big one. Did it get to the point where it swells, just as I said, hello, hello? Because it did on my end. I didn't think it would on the stream. Okay, it's our main engine. We need small engine. Okay, there's our engine markers. Next, we need an entry point for each seat. These aren't really uh, too important. Well, they are for testing, for Forge, but only the host can use them. But we still need them. We need an entry point, and we need a marker for where the driver actually is in the ship when he gets into it. And we need a marker for the camera. Oh. Need the frigate's camera marker here. Punic. Camera. You will definitely find other people's versions of this online. You'll probably find a few that are set up for 3D printing as well. You won't find this one. Enter. So this is where we'll get into the ship. I put out this aerial here. And place where your team waypoint will show up will be here. This will be where the foregunner is positioned in the ship. This will be where his camera is. Each seat will have long swords, so at minimum, it'll be firing 18 altogether. The pilot will have defensive fighters. And that weapon slot will be taken up by point defenses for the gunners. Where the foregunner will get in. Be a 3-player ship, yep. Grind's going well. We're almost done everything we need to do in 3ds Max. Setting up the final markers. Then I'll be exporting it into Blender and then setting it up. And then comes the pain of rigging all the turrets. I'll probably just get the ship itself set up tonight. I'll do the gunners another time. in tomorrow. I don't know if that'll be on stream or not. No, it's not impossible. It's just that only 4 players worth of seats will have access to weapons. Because each seat has to be a separate vehicle for the player to have control over the weapons. You can put passenger seats in, but you'll be just a spectator. You're aboard one of those, kind of like how the Pelican has seats that you can get into. Oh, 1 second, my food is here. People, it's going to turn my webcam off while I'm eating. I'm sure no one wants to see that. Okay, for some reason I can't turn it off. Why is that? Oh, there we go. Crisis averted. No, the regular longswords are just going to have regular longsword nukes, but I am thinking of making the alternate trigger on the longswords for the Trafalgar launch either one or a pair of longswords with a Shiva missile. So yeah, I probably won't give the Trafalgar itself Shiva missiles. Capital Slayer version with this in the CSO. Smaller ships, more perma. Game mode. Yeah, that's something like that is the plan anyway. Well, I'm hoping to release the Shadow of Intent alongside the Trafalgar so that there's a Covenant hero ship that's a bit more reasonable than the CSO. I haven't quite settled on its stats yet, but it'll have a lot of armor. Assured of that. No, the Trafalgar, even though it's the biggest ship the UNSC have and very well armored and everything, it is a carrier, so it should be on backline ideally. Okay. So rear gunner. No, it won't be in. It won't be in Forged on release. Probably not. Nova missiles win. Yeah, that's literally the nuke from War Thunder. Just ends the game immediately. Any more ships will we add? Well, definitely getting added is the DDS class and the OSA class for the Covenant. For the UNSC, it's just hero ships left in the original lineup. It'll be this. It'll be Clontarf, which is a Thanatos class battleship. Ascendant Justice. And Pillar of Autumn. Those will be the 4 UNSC hero ships. And then the Covenant will be getting Shadow of Intent. Heaven's Brilliant Beer, which is a Rassus pattern, one from the Halo Wars comic. The Immaculate Purpose, which will be a Kewu pattern, the sniper ship from Fall of Reach. And it's already got, the Covenant already have the Long Night of Solace. The DDS model is not the Sins one. I've made my own version. It's considerably different looking. Might give you a sneak peek on the stream. Pillar bottom will have triple shot, yeah. Rear markers. Okay, now we need some explosion markers. It'll probably be like boom, boom, boom. Not that fast. Mods model be released. I haven't really put much thought into it. I'll probably put it up somewhere. Strong leech POA shot B. Probably around the strength of a heavy Mac. Even though it is a light Mac. No, I think it should be quite fast. It should be designed to overload shields in as quick a time frame as possible, you know. Let's see. Okay, so that's all our essential markers. We need some effect. So what I'm going to do is save the scene. Go to a new scene. Going to import on take all the explosion markers. Import them. Go back to the Punic. Right. Oops, almost deleted that. Hey. No. Position these explosion markers. So these are the engine 1 is obviously the explosion that comes from the engines. That there. And this one. And I'm just going to scatter these explosion markers around. Oh yeah, I'm using 3ds Max. I don't think it's necessarily just for CAD though. I think it's just a more general purpose modding suite. The Mac platforms, that'll be more the domain of if we can get AI turrets working. I just don't think Mac platforms would be very engaging for either the player in them or the player on the receiving end. Yeah, apparently AI in stationary turrets should sync in multiplayer. So it'd be cool to have like defensive turrets for the dogfight mode. Well, they're only meant to be set dressing currently. They're not actually intended to be a threat. Anything bigger than like a Corvette would just be scenery objects. It wouldn't be flyable. Maybe frigates. We'll have to see. Yeah, well, you could only really use them in maybe invasion. They just wouldn't work in Fleet Slayer. Be too much of a opening handicap. Covenant. Well, that is the predicament about them, is they either contribute a lot or not at all. There's no real middle ground with a Super Mac platform. Okay. So explosion setup. It's time for targets. Yeah, but even like a 1 degree per second turning rate at the ranges Slipspace combat is conducted at, that's like you're still going to keep track of any, even like a DCV moving completely perpendicular. You're still going to keep track of it if it's at maximum range. Unless you make the maximum range like shotgun, a shotgun, I guess. Wouldn't be a bit weird. Oh, hey, Abyss. Good to see you, man. Welcome to the stream. How are you keeping? Hey, thanks, Marshall. Appreciate it. We are working on the Punic-class Supercarrier, which will be the first UNSC hero ship in the mod. So hero ships they're only really going to be for certain game modes. So we still need to figure out how to make it so that through loadouts, when you choose a hero ship, if there's a hero ship available in the mod, it will only spawn one, and when every seat is full in it, that loadout will instead spawn a normal ship like a Paris or whatever. Need to figure out how to do that with Megalo. But the plan is, yeah, you can, in like Slayer, like a capital Slayer mode, maybe each team would have a hero ship, but they only get one at the start of the match, and then if it's destroyed, it's destroyed. Maybe it's worth like 10 kill points or something like that. And then it's not available for the rest of the round. We want to figure out how to do a VIP phase for invasion as well, which apparently is something that has been figured out. And we'd like the VIP to be in a hero ship with however many other crew they need. And then when we have, so there's 4 UNSC hero ships plan and 4 Covenant. When we have them all in, we want to do like an all-stars mode where it's just hero ships versus hero ships. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's the kind of thing we want to do as well. Oh, spooky music again. Yeah, it'll have the same ramming damage as a Cass, and it will be immune to being rammed as well. Which I think the Cass already is, so that's fine. Yeah, if a CSO rams it, it'll probably be immune to that as well. Hey Yoki, what's the crack? How are you? Good to see you. Hell yeah, it's the only way to be. Unfortunately, I'm too conscientious to call in sick to work to play video games. It's only really effective to ram other escort ships with the Paris, so the ADR and the SDV. Anything larger than that, you will probably die, but you will inflict serious damage, but you will definitely die. You ram something larger or be close to death. Hey, that's our target node set up as well now. Actually, let's put one right at the rear as well. The engines. Yeah, company loyalty is for suckers. You're absolutely right there. You are just a number to these people. Okay, I think that might be everything we need to do in BDS Max. Unless I am gravely mistaken. Unwise to rule out. Okay, I just need to position it correctly in the scene. A 3D burger, yeah, sure. I always like seeing new ships. In comparison to other UNSC ships, well, there's a Valiant. Valiant missing its engines, but still a Valiant. The Punic is 4 kilometers long. Valiant is 1.5. Then, yeah, all the yellow armor, all the yellow areas, excuse me, are durable hull. They'll decrease damage by 30%. White areas are regular damage, and then orange areas take 50% extra damage. Okay. Okay, I think it's time to export this puppy. Fairly sure everything I need is here. Oh, let's export it. Oh wait, actually, I think I need to make the markers fully transparent or fully opaque, or they import into Blender turned off. It's just a hassle. Yep. Hey, here we go. Open Blender. Yo, Yoki, thank you so much. That's really generous, man. I really appreciate it. Okay, so you can see that I had just the raw model, the original model here in Blender and in the mod tools. I actually have it in here. I don't have it in this map. But it's just an empty model. All the stuff we did tonight is to help turn it into an actual vehicle. So let's get rid of this. Don't need this anymore. And we've sorted out all the turrets and given it the new engines. So we delete that. I'm going to set the scene back to Blender scale when I import this, just so that my scaling factors don't get messed up. Punic-class finished. Okay. So now what I need to do is, please don't ask, this is incredibly cursed. I need to make sure that my point of origin is the 3D cursor, so it's the center of the scene, and then I need to scale this up by a factor of 390.30, and then I need to scale it down 0.1, and then I need to scale it back up by 3.4. And now it's the proper size it should be to be fleet scale in Slipspace. Please don't ask why. So next what we need to do is we need to select all of our markers, and we very, very wisely named all our markers with a hash in front of them so that they all appear in one big clump in the scene viewer here. So we select them all, right click in the scene, and we go to convert to marker, model marker. Now they will properly be recognized as markers in the engine. Next up, what we want to do is we want to go to all of our collision meshes. So you want to shift select all of these. Wait, we shouldn't have these here. Are they here? Need these. Just realizing I forgot to rename my physics models, but they should all just be called object or box. So that's okay. Quickly rename these. Is okay, so that should be all our physics models. It is. Actually, you know what? I probably should explain why I didn't have to do that crazy scale factor. This is very bad practice. Don't do this. Don't do what I did. So when I was first creating assets for Slipspace, my 3ds Max scene is set to let me see if I can remember. I think it's set to inches or something like that. So even though this says it's 4,000 units long on the X, it's not actually 4,000 meters. So when I export this, it's the completely wrong size. Way too small. And in order to get close enough to 1/10 scale for government work, I found that scaling it up by 390.30 and then down to 0.1 and then back up by 3.4 got it close enough. What you should do is make sure that the units in the program you're using, you're probably going to be using Blender if you have any sense. Just make sure that the units you're using are set to I think you can set it to world units, or no, set it to meters. Just set it to meters. Yeah, units display meters, and then just find out what the object you're making. If you want to make something smaller than it should be, like this should be obviously be 4,000 meters long. In Slipspace as a usable vehicle, they're all roughly 1/10 scale. So find out what that should be for the model you're making if you want to make a thing like a ship for Slipspace. And just set it to be that size in Blender and save yourself this headache. Now everything is scaled by the same scaling factor, all the ships, so they are the right scale to each other, but they're not quite 1/10 scale. But for the full scale stuff, I am going to actually make sure that they're the proper scale that they should be to a Spartan. Anyway. I'm about to hit 5k subs. Whoa, no way. Hell yeah. We'll definitely have to put together a video. Big update video. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, so once I get my scaling factor in, I then transition the scene from Blender scale to Halo scale. If you leave it at Blender scale, this will be way too big, probably as big as the map. So yeah, we were selecting all our physics objects, right click, mesh type, physics. And then we want to do the same for a collision. I think I've already done that, have I? Collision. Convert to collision. No, I hadn't. Okay. So, next bit's a bit tedious. So we need to look at all the regions we've made for our collisions here. So we have armor aft ventral, we have default, 4 ventral, top, critical, default, armor aft, armor 4, armor midship, and so on. We need to go into our sets manager, and we need to make a new region for each of those. Start here. I'm going to call this armor aft ventral. This is Blender 5.1, by the way, and we're using Crisp's Foundry toolset for Blender. This is not default in Blender, all this stuff. This is specifically for getting assets into Halo's mod tools. So it's armor aft ventral, make armor default, or ventral, armor top, make critical, default, default. Oh, no, you have made that. Now, L armor aft. Actually, no, I can't remember how many maximum amount of regions you can have. I think it might be 16. Which we are rapidly approaching. All pro. Okay. One. We have 17 regions. That might be one too many. But we'll find out. And now we need to Go to our physics objects, and we're going to set our physics material to hard metal thick. Copy to selected. That's now in all of them. Then we need to go into all of our collision models and set the region. Actually, no, we need to go into sets first, and we need to add a new permutation. Call it major for major damage. I'm not going to set up the damage effects, the damage states properly tonight, but I'm just going to lay the groundwork for it. Basically, when a region takes damage, it will go from default to major, and then the decals that I'm using to show damage will appear. So then we go into our collision models. This needs to be set to region aft ventral, default permutation, and then the major version of it needs to be set to aft ventral major, and so on in that fashion. We're not making a major variant of the default ones because those are areas that I'm deciding won't have damage effects, or damage states rather. So just continue in this manner. All set up. You probably want that to have major variant. Yeah, bits of debris coming off would be cool. You could probably fake it with 3D particles. Those exist in Reach already. Suitable ones. Okay. So that's our collision setup. Now we need to set up the shaders for our render model. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select Punic here, Go to the Materials tab. I've already set this up, so I'm gonna... This is a duplicate of the Punic material, so I'm gonna set it back to Punic, which I've already linked to its shader. If you call the material in Blender the same name as the name of the shader, and then you just press this button, it will automatically link it to that shader. Which is pretty sick. And extras we can set to Valiant extras. I've already set up also. Yep, so you can see, well, you can kind of see through the collision model. It's got its shader there, and so do the turrets. Cool, and then we need to set up the thrusters. What part of this has that texture? Okay. So this is already named after existing shader in Reach, so let's link it. There we go. Doesn't show up in Blender properly for some reason, I'm not sure why. But that's fine. Okay. I'm going to rename these V-barrel, just so that they're closer to the turrets in the list. That will help when it comes time for rigging. How try heavy is the Punic? Not very, actually. Well, keep in mind I've replaced the thrusters with a more detailed mesh, but it's yeah, it's sitting at around 29,000. Pretty efficient. See the edges there. Pretty efficient. Yeah, Fusion 360, that's for true. That's for true 3D modeling geezers. Jump scare. Damn, that's too late for the flood music. Oh no. On. For some reason it won't let me copy this material to everything I had selected. Not sure why. Oh. Okay. That's sorted. Now comes the real crunch work, which is setting up the rig. So, need to make a new armature. Make sure it has all the bones I need. Yep. In pitch, aim, yaw, control, aim. Need to add a bone. Call it a hole. And I basically need to parent everything except the turrets to the hole bone. And also accept the turret markers. Hole bone. Parent. No, wrong window, I think. Parent bone. Okay. If I move hole. Oh no, everything's parented to pedestal. Is that what I want? I don't think it really matters actually. Probably does actually. Let me use that. So I'm going to parent the full bone to the pedestal bone. Armature parent. No, wrong way around. Armature parent make. No, what? Okay, this way. What is going on? There we go. Okay, so now there's everything except the turrets and the markers. Full bomb. Oh, okay. No, it has to be in object mode. Oh, let's reselect it. I swear I know what I'm doing. I swear. Object parent bone. Okay, there we go. Parent at the hole. Now I need to make 24 bones for the turrets. Each turret needs a bone for the turret and a bone for the barrel. So let's begin. Edit mode. Add a single bone. I'm going to scale it up by 20. A bit more reasonably sized. And what we're going to do is we're going to position this, each turret on the right side, or left side rather, in such a way that the top of this bone is in line with the barrel. We're going to press E, make a new bone, hold Control to drag it out on that axis. Drag that to about there. Then select the whole thing, drag it into a position. Like so. Go away, Facebook. Okay, so name this bone turret 1. Barrel. One. And now I need to make sure that the third one bone is at the third one mesh. Yep. Excellent. Now I need to bring this to turret 3. So I shift D to duplicate it. You bring it down here. I need to flip it over. Oh, I forget you can't do that. It just does that instead. We need to delete the barrel bone. Actually, no, I don't need to do that at all because it doesn't matter that these turrets are upside down because they're going to be firing in every direction anyway. I'm not limiting their arcs. So this can stay upright. Position it. This. What you mean? It's fine. This is literally flawless. You'll see. Because the only bone that's actually going to be rotating up and down is this one. The pose mode. So the point of origin is the same, so it doesn't really matter that this bone is sticking up out of the turret, basically. Because it's only going to be rotating on this axis. It's fine. Use a snap tool. I don't know what a snap tool is. It sounds great. Okay, that turret is next. Turret 3. Barrel 3. Making music for my terrible Blender skills. Snap tool is super useful. It's just learning how to use it. Perhaps someday I will. Edge check the planning server. Sounds like a trap to me. Sounds like you're going to give out to me. Okay, I see. I don't think that'll be helpful with these turrets though, because there are no vertices in the middle of the turret, where I need the bone to be. There is no edge in the middle. This is just like an empty cavity in the middle of it. Brown out the body. Yeah, no, the very back of the gun, of the barrel, doesn't actually end at the center point of the turret's ring. That's what you mean. Front. Yeah, but then I'd have to stretch the bone out. Trust me, I got this. Fine. I do, that's fine. Perfect. The machine couldn't do that better. Exactly. It actually, like, it is, like, this is centered. The vertical bone is where it needs to be. And the joint of where the barrel bone needs to be is also where it needs to be. Front. Yeah. Perfect. Told you. Want to see me do it again? Yo. It's turret 7. What fresh hell have I got myself into rigging 24 bones? Yeah, that one's done. What's next? Turret 9. It's back there. Yeah, I really do. We like that. Facebook, stop giving me notifications. Oh yeah, I've seen your Cairo Station port. That shit was crazy. God bless you. No, the Covenant ships don't have any physical turrets. At least not yet. The tedious part of the Covenant ships is making the render model. That takes hundreds of hours. That is by far the biggest time sink of the Covenant ships is just making the ship. Yeah, reach might be the answer for Cairo Station. No, they just they have like a piece of geometry that they emit from, but they don't have a like a gun barrel or a turret per se. I do want to do something with the plasma cannons to give them something physical that like looks around, kind of like an eye socket, eyeball in socket sort of design. But that's a task for another day. Is 811, L11. Okay, so that's the left side turret bones. And watch this for a trick. We set our transform pivot point to 3D cursor. We select all of our bones. We shift D to duplicate. Oh, I moved the mouse, never mind. Do that again. Shift D without moving the mouse. Click to confirm. Right click. Mirror. X global? No. Mirror Y global? Yep. There we go. Our bones on either side. Perfect. How close for can be shown in game? It'll probably take another hour. I don't know if I have another hour. For streaming. I'm in work in the morning and it's 11:30. Might be for tomorrow's stream. But I do want to try and get the rigging done at least. Okay, so all of these turrets that I've duplicated need to be renamed. Turret 2, barrel 2, 4. Alright. If Slipspace in the new campaign evolved engine is easier or possible, you would hope it would be easier because it's a more modernized version of the Halo Reach engine, but I doubt they've touched much on the multiplayer side of things yet. But all the same functionality should be there. In fact, it should be better. Depends on how difficult the tools are to use, though, because they're integrated with UE5 now. Oh, here we go. Sorry. Very rude of me. No, that was an onion ring and a chip, but it came with pizza. Pizza's gone. Pizza's been gone for an hour. Okay, so that's all our turret bones. Now what we need to do is need to parent turret mesh to the turret bone. So make sure the turret bone is the lightly highlighted one. That means it's the top of the selection hierarchy. Control P for parent, then bone. So now if I select turret 1 and go into pose mode, I rotate this, it should turn the turret. Yep. So that's successful. Then we need to break down turret and go to barrel. Barrel 1 needs to parent to barrel 1, B, bone. Yep. Now if I turn the turret bone, turns both. Excellent. I think there is going to have to be a second Punic stream, yeah. We made some great progress. Very nearly ready for being brought into the engine. Of course, I have to repeat this process of rigging for the other 2 gunner seats as well. They have the same amount of point defense turrets too. So turret 2. Bone. Oh, we need to parent the marker too. Very important. So that's barrel 1, B, bone, pose mode. This should now also turn the marker. Yep. Excellent. So we did turret and barrel 2 also. Select that. Now this is where it gets a little tricky because, well, not tricky, but you just need to be aware that because of our marker numbering system that I explained earlier, where marker 2 is actually the first one in the chain. So the last marker in the chain is the one we've named 1. So turret 2, the marker, is being parented to turret 1, the bone. So turret 3, the marker, going to turret 2, the bone. Like that. It's great dialogue, Jack. I approve. Okay, turret 3. Excellent. Turret 4. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, so the turret firing sequence is a bit different than I thought it was. One. Five. You miss me in a private server? Well, you know where to find me. I'm right here. Well, don't forget the problem is EMP on the ships is set up in such a way that it only lasts 0.2 seconds. So that free look, that's the way free look works. Oh shit. That was close. Possible to add cracks to the hood, ships take damage. I'm not sure how they do that in Reach. I think it would just kind of be annoying though. Get in the way. Doesn't really make sense for third person. I know ticks lighting up your screen doesn't make sense in third person either, really, but it's a effective way of conveying the fact that your ship's capabilities are being infringed upon. I did not see that, Jack. Where is this? This It's new footage. Cool, I'll take a look at that after the stream. Only there for a few seconds still. Sounds cool. Carbon, hello, how are you? Good to see you. Fortunately, you've caught the tail end of the stream. Probably only going to be streaming for another about 15 minutes. But we've gotten some good work done. I'm just finishing rigging up all the point defense turrets on this thing. Everything else is done. Got our collision model set up. We've got our physics model set up. There is still some setup to do on the payload mod tool side of things. But we're more than halfway having it complete. This is... Yeah, we'll have to do this amount of turrets 2 more times for each of the gunner seats. So yeah, this ship will be probably the most defense turrets I ever do. Although the Thanatos is a 3-seater as well. I'll probably try and put less turrets on that though. This has me convinced that I should go back to the other UNSC ships and actually add these little turrets here for the point defenses. So I am probably going to do that too. How many balance patches? Probably at least 5. But it is a hero ship, you know. Yeah, true. They would be more point defense heavy. In particular, be 10. Unwise to rule it out. Yeah, there could well be 10 balance patches. Okay, last one. And there we go. All of our turrets are now rigged. Those PDGs based on the Ehrlichen Millennium D-Wiz. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they're a canon design or if the Sins of the Prophets guys made their own model for this type of gun, but it is representing a gun from canon. I forget the name of it. But it's cool. It's one of my it's actually my favorite point defense turret. I really don't like the canon. Oh, what are they called? They're on the Charon. They're on most UNSC ships. Oh, what are they called? I remember, but it's like a quad barrel thing. It just looks ungainly. It looks a bit weird. No, the one on the Halo 3 model is different from what its canon appearance is now. It's got like four barrels on it. Can't remember what it's called. Okay, so our rig is done. So now we make a new animation. So every vehicle, well, every asset needs a idle animation. We're going to make this 10 frames long. Type is going to be base, movement none. It's going to be an action overlay. We're going to press OK. Our bar here, we're going to press this drop down. Go to dope sheet. Click on dope sheet and go to action editor. So we're going to go into our pedestal bone. It has to be the pedestal bone. Pose mode. Hit pedestal bone again. Oh, all these turrets. Could be parented to the pedestal bone, but don't include the barrels when you're doing this, because you want the barrels to stay parented to the turrets. I'm gonna go back into object mode actually. Or is it edit mode? Yes, I can never remember. Pedestal, Control P, keep offsets. Yep, there we go. No. Make the pedestal the parent. No. What are you doing to me? Let's just manually select up the list. And then pedestal will be the last one. Make sure it's at the top of the hierarchy. Control P, keep offsets. There we go. Now all the turrets are parented to the pedestal. And we're going to go back into pose mode, pedestal. And we're just going to, in our viewport here, we're going to press I to insert an iframe. We're not going to change any positions, not going to do any animation. We're going to move to frame 10, press I again, and that's our idle animation. Now, next we need aiming animations for our turrets. So I'm going to add a new animation. This is going to be an overlay. Needs to be 10 frames, so yeah, 1 to 11. Green action overlay. Mode is going to be any. Weapon class is going to be aiming. I don't think we need to do anything else there, so okay. Then we need to press generate poses. We need to select vehicle. Needs to be a preset, and that preset needs to be acceleration / 360 aiming. We're going to press OK. We're going to expand our pedestal bone and select the control aim bone. We're going to focus in on that. And when we run through these keyframes here, we're going to make sure that these arrows are actually moving. Yep. So that's the movement we need to copy with the bones of our turrets. So first we need to do a horizontal 360-degree rotation in 15-degree increments. No, 45-degree increments, excuse me. For the first 9 frames, and then frame 10 is looking 180 degrees down, or 90 degrees down rather. Frame 11 is looking 90 degrees up. So, let's select all of our bones. First thing we're going to do to make it easy for ourselves is just going to go through all these frames. We're going to press I to put in the keyframe. Next frame, I. And we have 10. Then we're going to go back to frame 1. We're going to select all our turret bones. Not the barrel bones, just the turret bones. Actually, do we need to select the barrel bones? We probably do. Yes, we do. So frame 1 is just looking straight ahead. So all your bones should be looking straight ahead, and all your guns should be looking straight ahead. The models should be looking straight ahead. For frame 1 and for just in idle. Now for frame 2, we're going to rotate 45 degrees left. We're going to do OR Z 45. Ooh, why did that happen? Ah. No, we don't want the barrel bone selected, just the turrets. Let's do that again. Or Z 45. That's better. After we do that, we want to press I to make sure that keyframe sticks. Move forward to the next one. And we're going to do OR Z 90. Iframe. Or Z 135. Z 180. And Z. Do some maths now. I hate maths. 225. 270. 215. Yep. And then our 9th frame is just looking straight back ahead, so that's fine. Yes, Green, I would say I am winning. Yes, things are going swimmingly. Just working on the aim animations for all these little turrets now. They're all good. Now, coming into frame 10 and 11, so the turrets need to stay facing directly ahead for these frames, and the barrels are the ones that need to rotate. So frame 10, we need to rotate these for Y 90 to look straight down. And on frame 11, or Y minus 90 to look straight up. So the way the aiming animations work is the game interpolates between these frames depending on where you're looking on the horizontal, and it interpolates between the last 2 frames depending on where you're looking on the vertical. That's how it tracks where your crosshair is. That's it, that's our animations. I think we're actually ready to export this into the engine now. Let me set that up. Entry exports. Yep, we want all those. We want... Actually, first, let me just make sure I want to export the vehicle. And we want to set a model template, so it copies some of the information from an existing model. So I am going to copy from, let me think, Marathon. Mass Cruiser. Okay, search Marathon. Marathon Cruiser. Oh, templates. Let's use the Ion as our vehicle template. That'll give us the control information, so how fast it can turn and all that kind of thing. Obviously we'll edit it after that, but it's good to have a template. Okay. Don't let them know there's no mods. It's the Wild West out here. Yeah, no mod. No Slipspace. Okay. So let's export. That looks good. Export asset. Let's switch over to mod tools. And we just have to wait for this to export, and then we can bring it in. Well, don't jinx it, Jack. That will happen. It'll happen for sure. I don't know where these open edges are coming from in the collision model. Oh shit! Fatal error. Ah, regions count 17. We can't have 17 regions. I'm gonna have to combine some things here. Let's see, do you know what? I'm just gonna make the pro part of call default. J. Close mode. Go to the pro. Okay. You jinxed it, Jack. Well done. It's a different kind of outcome, but you still jinxed it. Okay, let's see what happens now. Export complete. Oh, vehicles, edit types, add. Legendary ships, Punic-class vehicle, add. Here she is. Still quite a bit of setup to do on the mod tools side of things. But yeah, here she is. Let's make sure, well, our collision regions won't have set themselves up properly. We need to do that manually. Just make sure the physics are there. They are good. Alright, let's see if we can set this up to be flown. Vehicle bounding radius, make that 50. No, let's make it bigger than that. Bounding radius 70. 52. The offset forward by 2. There we go. So the bounding radius is important because any part of the collision model that's beyond the bounding radius will essentially not be valid. So projectiles will just go straight through it. Any part of it that's beyond the bounding radius. Put cast next to it, okay. Yo, there's a size difference. Big boy with the CAS is still bigger. Oh, let's go into class. Few things we need to do here. First, it's going to need a bigger camera track, that's for sure. Oh, this doesn't give us. Did we export it? Sorry. Didn't actually come furnished with the ions vehicle information. Oh, it it did. It's just using the wrong ion. The ion carrier new. Not that one. Yeah. One. Port. Prepare yourself for the flashbang. Okay, here we go. Better. Not sure what the waypoint should be. Let's check. WP, okay, WP Trafalgar. Let's give it a CSO, collision damage for now. Now I need to change the name of the entry markers. Needs to be Punic E enter. And we need CAS armor track. There we go. Here we are. Obviously, its movement values need to be edited. All that good stuff. We'll probably do with a camera that's a little bit closer as well. Let's see if the longswords launch from the right place. Yep. The ship's freaking out a little bit. Oh my god. That's crazy. I think the flying torque scale needs to be turned down a bit. It's having a reaction. Flying torque scale 1. There we go. Stable. So I need to set up the aiming animations for the turrets to actually aim. Defensive fighters, they come out of the right hangars. Yep. View, excellent. Yeah, no, all the effects and even the weapons it has on it right now are the ions. So nothing is proper yet. This is literally just imported using the ions values. So still a good amount of work to do to get it properly set up. But let's fix the... Oh, get around. Let's get the aiming animation set up. Be fun. So we go to the animation graph, turn on expert mode, down to need an overlay group called aiming. Oh, we need to set the yaw source to look yaw, pitch source to look pitch. We need to tick attempt piecewise blending. Add a new blend screen into the overlay group. Any aiming idle. And go down to modes, overlay group, aiming, Control S. That should have set it up. I'm actually going to set its actually no, let's do this. Oh. Add the camera, turn it around. And let's try and get a look at some of these turrets. Yeah, you can kind of see their tracking there. Hell yeah! As I said, all the weapons are using a different ship's weapons right now, so nothing is set up correctly. All the effects are using a different ship's effects. That'll be for tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow's task. I am actually going to add a primary trigger marker to this because that's necessary for the relook. Oh. Two. We export it. There she is, she's moving. Okay. Or why we can't be EMP'd. Oh, it's because the collision models aren't set up yet. That's why. Again, that'll be for tomorrow. Yeah, there you go. Trafalgar is alive. See the engine glow effect. It's working on those engines as well, which is nice. That's why I replaced one of the reasons why I replaced the original engine models. The stream tomorrow will probably be 1 or 2 hours later than when I started today. Oh, probably about 4 or 5 GMT. And we'll get to work on making this thing its own beast instead of just a reskinned Ion. before I go, give you a sneak peek. 2 more things. So let's go to scenery. And I'll show you the Thanatos. So this is the raw model, the pure Sins of the Prophets asset for the Thanatos heavy battleship. This is the size it will be as well. It'll be 2.5 kilometers long. In Sins, it's 3.5. Again, I'm not a huge fan of super duper giant UNSC ships, so I made it a bit smaller, but it's still bigger than any normal UNSC ship. This will have 1, 2, 3 breakwaters at least. I might add a 4th one. The bottom here maybe. But yeah. There's the 2 biggest UNSC ships that will be in the mod. So yeah, exciting stuff ahead. And the other sneak peek is the DDS. Still very much work in progress. But this is my take on the DDS class, which is the Covenant component of the Ascendant Justice. The only description we have of it is from the First Strike novel, which describes it as being composed of 3 main prongs, which I found quite interesting. So I made my design take advantage of that description. It's quite an unorthodox Covenant design, but I think it's really cool. So this is coming along. Still a lot of work to do on it. You can see I've started to add the panel lines to the whole front here. But most of it is missing it. Most of it is just smooth, untextured. Panel lines here as well. The shield door for the main dorsal or port and starboard hangars, and then the main strike craft hangars in this area here. And this ship is 3,000 meters long. You can see it compared to a CAS Punic. So yeah, there we go. Little sneak peek at what's coming next. I'm really happy with this design. I really like how it's turning out. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting it into the mod. This is just an empty model, not an actual vehicle or anything. But it's going to be cool. Yeah, so hell yeah. I'm going to leave it there for tonight, guys. Tomorrow I will be looking to try and finish the Trafalgar. I do have the 2 gunner seats to set up as well, so I'll have to rig all the turrets on that as well. Shouldn't be too hard though. That was actually pretty straightforward. Yeah, these little guns are cool. I like them. Okay. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thank you so much for the generous donations from the people who did. That was unexpected. And yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye for now.